And we should be putting on the next in this trilogy, the third one, in exactly a week's time from now. So if you like what you see here, you want to be a part of it, or if you just want to come check in and see what we're doing again next week, feel free to give me a follow, or again, just give us a search, Pocket Mission, Discord, Pocket Mission on Warhorn, things like that. It should pop us up just fine. Anyways, players should start trickling in here over the next few minutes, and we'll get it all started. So thanks for anybody who comes in live or who watches this back on YouTube. Appreciate it, guys.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
It's been a while.
It has. It's good to see you.
Yep, likewise.
And it's a brand new character.
Of course. I had a couple of tutorials, but I think like it's been a while since I played any of them. So I, instead of trying to find all the sheets, I just created a new one.
Nice. Well, I think you'll do just fine. Looks like we have one level 10, but that's it actually. We have level 7, 8, 10, 5, and then 9. So pretty varied, so it should be last time the party was slightly different, but they pretty much had an answer for everything in the module. But I mean, hey, rogues be roguing, you know.
Yep.
Alright, just waiting on 3 more, so I'll give them a couple minutes and then start contacting. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Welcome back, welcome back. Hello, Corgi, welcome back. So everyone from before, your character will still be here, but if you need to like re-upload or just do any changes or anything like that, feel free. And then as far as you coming in with Simon, there's a few blank sheets if you want to go that route, or if you are...
I have a Roll20 sheet ready I can import.
Okay, cool, cool. So I'll be on the look for that.
Yeah. AL with Thalesus?
Yep.
Alright then.
And I think that should be everybody on roll 20 as you come in, and then we have everybody here in chat, so looking to get started just in time. And so just to get a couple things out of the way, as usual, safety tools are in effect. This one's pretty light on that matter, so don't really see it coming up, but if it does, you know, feel free to let us know in any way that you feel comfortable with, like a message. You could be private or public, or you could just say something, hey, in chat, you know, whatever you're comfortable with. But again, this one's pretty light, so I don't even really think I have any like warnings to give. Let me see. It says abandoned buildings, drowning, which I guess that's fair, and heights. So if you have anything about that, I don't even think the heights one would really come in, but just being careful, of course. In addition to that, streaming is fair game, so I'll be streaming. Already got it started. If you guys want to stream too, pick up those service hours, of course, feel free. I did cash out on one of the +2 weapons, and then 50,000 gold. I got to cash out on that once so far.
You could buy an entire warship with that money.
I was like, sheesh. I don't even know. I made a GIF named Barbara, because I haven't seen any GIFs yet really in play. So I made a female GIF, and she's got the +1 pistol that you get, and then I also gave her like a +2 hand crossbow. So she's coming in hot. Keep a lookout for Barbara. But
nice.
Anyways, thanks you guys for joining me today. Much appreciated. Everyone should be good on Roll20. Let me know any issues. Everyone coming in, you got a few minutes. We don't have to have a super hard start or anything. But if there's any issues with tokens or anything.
Oh yeah, I imported my character, but I guess I don't have access to him yet.
Yep, okay, let's do that.
I have to admit, that made me laugh. She's coming in hot.
Oh yeah. Where the GIF at?
It's pronounced GIF.
We will go to war. Okay, my bad.
The one flavor text in that whole book. Basically, I was a little disappointed with not it having. It didn't have much like background of any of the races. Just like, here's races. Good luck with them. Specifically, the Thrive Queen, I was a little disappointed they didn't like explain why they're there.
It is funny too that they had to backpedal so hard on one, the tidbits that they actually give you, and then they're like, "Ooh, shit." Okay, sorry about that. Simon had a wait list question there, but as you can see, everyone made it on perfect time. Super appreciated. You should have control of Simon. He's taking a journey. Okay, if you put your health in the... Yep, there you go. All good. Everyone should be able to see that and all. And if there's no further objections, we shall go ahead and kick it off. Okay, so if you played the first one, obviously a lot of these things are going to be very familiar. And... yeah, so we'll kind of play it as we go. We do have one person player-wise who didn't, so we'll kind of have some explanation on some things, of course. And then as far as Magnus, you'll play his if he is new, of course, but you yourself at least will know,
Yes.
But a little bit of background here. On last episode, our party had a few of their individual reasons for being in the area, which they can share again here in a moment. But they had banded up and happened upon this little kind of campsite. And yet, things weren't too merry here. The people were friendly enough, but they were kind of finishing up on like a funeral situation where they had lost a young one. More or less, they became acquainted with the party, and then they had found that there was something up with this wagon that had been found in the area recently. And through some investigation, they got a couple of these little puzzle pieces, one given to them by this little kitty cat, and had fitted together in this like sort of map, and that had transported them to this Feywild domain called Rogerna's Place. Of course, they didn't know this at the time when they show up and they're kind of ankle deep in water in this fountain, I guess we'll go into more as we go. But you can see some of the handouts from before. Some of them I had archived that weren't quite pertinent on this one, but some of them that are, as if, such as the woodcut. So there's that. Last time we had visited the Maze of Imagination, which had been infected by this kind of ooze, a gelatinous ooze substance. There was a bit of an accident in the kitchen, I guess you could say. And it had infected the whole maze, but through some ingenious work, made it through no problem, and rescued one of the little kittens, and starting to kind of piece together what's going on. We know that Rogerna is missing, and not really sure what has happened with her, although it does seem that this was her wagon that has been found here crashed. And the description they gave of the wagon before was that it seemed very, very old, very old, and yet some things inside of it were almost as if they were brand new, it's everlasting in a way. But there seemed to be a weird kind of passage of time there. So anyway, so you guys had found the couple wood pieces there and fit them in, so you've seen that. And then there was a journal entry that was picked up that was from Rogerna inside the pavilion, which we'll kind of come by that again later. But you guys feel free to check over that again. And any finer points I'm missing. Seems Rogerna is an entertainer of sorts, and she has an affinity for cats. That's been made very, very clear. And so the three of you here, Elaith with Tijuana, and then David and Milo, you find yourselves kind of picking up from a short rest right after the events. You guys came back from Rogerna's Place. The campfire was under attack by a giant troll. You guys had battle with him shortly until you used some knowledge gained to convince him to turn away, more or less, through revealing his true name that had been stolen from him. So you guys got to take the equivalent of a long rest, of course, after that, but it's really only been a few short hours. You got to kind of rest, and you find yourselves around the campfire, more or less, with the most wonderful nightcast entertainers. The crackle of the fire greets you as you think the worst is behind you. Night has fallen here in the Hullock Forest. Stars are visible within the night sky, and this woman, she kind of has darker toned skin with shining dark eyes and very lustrous hair, strides forward, confident, clearly the leader of the crew here, and some of you, of course, have already dealt with her. This is Lyria Nightcast. And she comes up after she was inspecting the unusual wagon after you guys had returned back from it. She greets you there at the fire. She seems to be holding a piece of parchment and says, "Ah, good. I'm glad to see you all awake and ready. It seems that sunlight will probably be coming in just a few hours. Time to get everything ready and head on to Cormier, as promised. But look, we've had a couple more travelers show up while you guys were resting. I would like you to get a bit more acquainted, and then I kind of found this piece of parchment over there by Rogerna's wagon, as you guys called it. I think you'll be wanting to know about this, but first, you should probably meet these two. They seem very much like yourselves, and of course, more than welcome here at the camp. Please, I believe you said your name was Simon. Could you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Yes, greetings. Name's Simon. I'm a wandering adventurer, and I have heard some word from the nearby town that you guys are having a little bit of trouble here, so I figured I might as well come here and help y'all. And he is a human fighter, level 5, wearing a scale mail with a hooded cloak over it. He has a hand crossbow at his belt and a sword on his back. Alongside a spellbook, because he's an Eldritch Knight. And I guess that's it.
She nods and says, "Oh yes, I guess word travels fast. Ever since we found that wagon, we're trying to get it back in shape, but odd things do keep happening. And you, don't be shy over there. Magnus, was it?"
Yes, Magnus. I'm a fisherman by trade. I'm traveling around the lands to fish every major body of water. I'm going to write a book about, the intricacies of fishing. It's. I guess this really doesn't sound that exciting. He looks like a fisherman. He's got a green weather slick on. He's got fishing lures on his chest. On his side is there's a quiver of Lona, but it kind of looks like a tackle box. And he's got a long sword on his side, but it doesn't seem to get much use. Mechanically, a Battlemaster Fighter level 7, and I will be using nets.
Ha, fellow fighter.
All right, and of course, it's been my pleasure to have the acquaintance of this view. We're just a group of jugglers and acrobats ourselves, Magnus. So we all have humble backgrounds in the end, but we've all been led to do what we do now. And well, to speak of that, how about you over there, Laith? Would you like to tell these two new fellows about yourself?
Hi, my name is Laith. Yes, I'm getting to that. I'm Elvin City Watch. I grew up. I'll talk it. All right, fine. This is Tijuana. He's a friend of mine. He's been traveling with me for a while. It's what you're all looking at. He's my brass dragon. And together we found this campsite a little while ago. We had some fun adventures, and we haven't managed to leave yet. And Laith is a level 8 Drake Warden.
Oh, dearest me. I'm so sorry, Tijuana. I didn't mean to be rude. Of course, you were next. I was gonna turn to you next, naturally. But well, we're at it. Milo, here.
Well, yes. You see a Lightfoot halfling. Looks about like his in his picture on his token. He is just wearing robes, and he has some nice new boots that he found that have like a lightning symbol on it or something that would maybe give a hint of speed. So, and then he's carrying a pack, rod, a nice little looking rod with some jewels on it. And then he has a bottle, like a old Coke bottle that's been outdated, and it has a fire symbol on it. And now and again, he keeps talking to it and, trying to be, conspicuous about it, but, you might catch him whispering to his bottle now and again. Mechanically, he is a divine soul sorcerer 8 and genie warlock 1.
Okay, and Lyria kind of turns towards the group and says, "All right, and now that everyone," and then there's a "Rawr!" as this little cat jumps down and crosses over to David and hops up into David's lap and starts to purr. "Oh, dearest me, well, that there is Periwinkle. It's a little grayish blue cat." And she says, "Well, Periwinkle, of course. I didn't mean to forget David there. But you look like you've caught something tonight as well. Periwinkle just kind of purrs there as David. You can feel free to introduce yourself.
Okie dokie, you see what looks to be a Goliath wearing heavy armor that glistens, and he is also equipped with what looks like heavy weapons. And right now, he is wielding a lyre and is playing soothing tones to keep everyone in a calm and relaxed state. Seeing this cat, this is the same cat Periwinkle last time. So by now, David is more than familiar with this creature. He finishes a few bars of music before holding out his hand for Periwinkle to either start nibbling on or pawing on or ignore, whichever the cat prefers. David then looks at the newcomers and greets you with a nod and introduces himself as David. And he is, well, the resident lyrist. I don't know if that's the term for that, anyone who plays the lyre, the musical instrument. And if they ask him about his designation in the battlefield, he tells you that he fights in the front lines, and anyone who stands within 10 feet of him feel a little bit safer for some reason. That's probably because he is also equipped with what looks to be a holy symbol representing Helm, the god of protection. And mechanically speaking, an ancient paladin, level 10. And that is him. That is David.
All right, and the merriment kind of resumes as that little murmur of chat between yourselves and also the entertainers around you kind of resumes. And after a moment, Lyria kind of stands forward and says, well, let me get your attention, y'all. Here, I found this, and I don't know, it just kind of sounds weird, like some of the stuff you were talking about when you came back. It seems to be a poem. It's called Foon and the Lizard of Lightning. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and read it out to you. And then, of course, we've got a few handouts for today. As mysterious poem number 2 should show up. Poem 1 would have been last time, so not too pertinent this time around, but she says, in the afternoon, Foon slipped under the garden hedge, her golden pigtails streaming in the wind. She followed the brook, splashing in the water and listening to the blackbirds cackling in the trees. Reaching a bend in the stream, Foon noticed a small cave illuminated by the afternoon sun. Light reflected from a mirror within the gloom, and the curiosity of the 4-year-old was high. Encircling the mirror was a 12-legged lizard with lightning forking from its tongue. Be sharp, be wary, the lizard spoke, and the mirror changed, revealing a scene of hands playing a piano. Through the mirror, Foon saw a glorious sight of people dancing at a magnificent ball. Come closer, scratch my chin, the lizard implored, lounging on its back, but a hand reached out, pulling Foon back. Foon looked and saw a feminine hand with red polished nails holding her. A woman stood next to Foon, her face shrouded in a crimson hood with hair rustling like serpents. Foon looked up, but the woman did not return her gaze, and led Foon back to the brook. Back under the hedge, the lady directed, as quick as Eloise. As Foon crawled through the hole, she turned, but the lady in the crimson hood was gone. Foon, time for breakfast, her mother said from the kitchen as the sun spread over the garden, and Foon ran through the morning dew, as only a 4-year-old can. So.
Let me just look through David's blogs.
And so as she kind of finishes that, and you're kind of ruminating on the importance there of the words, all of a sudden I'll need everyone to roll a perception check.
Sight-based, hearing-based?
Hearing.
Okay. David's ears become like a bunny rabbit's.
Same.
don't know if anyone's gonna hit it.
Alright, so. Vented perception, let's roll. 22.
Nice. Okay. Of course, we could have Tijuana roll if you want as well, Olathe, but I'll tell you that the DC for this was 20, so it was pretty high. So Simon, you really came in clutch there, as you were the only one who hears the slight whistling sound kind of coming. It sounds like something from a distance, perhaps like a...
Simon will perk up from his seat, like look around a little bit
And as you
suspicious, and say, something is coming.
Suddenly, this large boulder, boom, just crashes down there on the fire. The sparks and embers fly everywhere. And by the light of the remaining fire, you could see a message written on the boulder in black ink, clearly in common, and reads, "Deliver mural before moonrise." Real quick, I'm gonna...
Who ordered Boulder Dash?
Periwinkle is instantly scared and tenses up in David's lap. The little cat runs off into the darkness, but before he does, Periwinkle drops a small piece of wood wrapped in paper on the ground, all too familiar to a few of you. I'll let you guys to think on that for a sec, as I'll pop up a couple more handouts. Okay, so the first is this piece of paper wrapped around the kind of piece of wood, and of course a few of you would instantly recognize it as a pavilion ticket. The other one, when you first received it, you didn't really know what it was, but you can remember the key difference here is that it was a different color, so that's really the only difference, but you recognize it 100% as a pavilion ticket from Rogerna's place. So you have that. And then in addition to that, you see this mysterious wood piece that was wrapped, that the ticket was wrapped around, which I will reveal to you now. So you can kind of see this strange figure there. And yeah, you kind of see Periwinkle drop it in your lap there, David, and retreat kind of back over to where he originally was, like his little roost on the rock, if you will. And you guys feel free to do whatever you like with this.
A mysterious wood piece, the ticket, the mysterious wood cut. It matches which one does it go to again?
So we have to go back to the wagon.
Okay. All right.
I like to whisper too. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, and so Magnus and Simon would really have no clue.
Yeah, I'm just gonna share some confused looks between each other.
Oh, don't worry. David's happy to, present it to those who aren't really familiar with it. And let me see if I actually remember this properly, because this was a while back. So there's this mysterious wood cut at the back of the wagon, and then there's this wood piece that looks like it fits on it. Yeah.
Yes.
David will ask, "Do we try to fit this there?" And then David will also explain that the pavilion ticket is something that allows, well, passage or a few extra things in the mysterious land called Rogerna's place.
Okay.
David will say, you will know it when you see it. It is not easy to explain.
Magnus just
So-
nods.
Simon's just looking at Magnus, sees him nodding, and Simon nods as well, despite not understanding anything.
All right. Well, Lyria kind of says, another trip into the wagon, eh? Well, as I was saying, we got at least probably another 4 or 5 hours before we got our wagons repaired, got the wheels back on, and all ready to go. I mean, we'll be holding down the fort. We're a little grateful for your protection here, so do hurry back. And we'll make sure that nothing happens here as best as we can, of course.
Okay. Preparations will then be made before heading there. David will make sure that he has all his consumables, which remain unchanged since the last time he was here. He will show, however, that should the party need it, these are the stuff that you can ask from him, and he will give some of them to you anyway, if you so choose. He will also. Oh no rituals. I can't pre-cast anything. Okay.
Okay, if everyone's all in, you kind of approach the wagon and you see that this has been moved from like where it had fallen down into the trees. And as they said, it is covered in grime, but you can see where it's been recently scraped off. Excuse me. It says Madame Rogerna's Magnificent Mousers. There's quite a bit of refuge around the area. This is pretty consistent from last time, but there's a lot of just excuse me, I'm sorry, but just moldering fabric from the bed and such, and old makeup vials and things. And the inside has been completely swept up. There's a nice little wooden bed, small shelf. You do see the woodcut map of sorts there. It's already got a couple of those little woodcut pieces slotted into it from last time. And you can see where there are a few more to fit in, of course. And you do have a piece in hand. So whoever wants to do the honors.
I mean, if anyone is willing to do so, David will stand within 10 feet of you. And if nobody is, David will do so.
What do we need to do again?
So it kind of looks like the piece needs to be slotted in. You can see where they've recently slotted in a couple of the others.
I see. Well, go ahead. Just your idea, right?
David will do just that. And brace himself for what might happen.
It's actually quite familiar to you, especially as last time. So I'm sure you'd be pretty confident to stride in. Although it's the positioning here is very awkward as everything's totally tipped over on its side. But you manage to slot the little piece in, and as you do, the woodcut fountain there in the middle starts to bubble as if translucent water is pouring from it. I would assume all the rest of the party is all kind of crowded around how they can see inside this wagon through like the entryway or perhaps a little window. As you watch David reach out and touch the water and just slowly be pulled in, and then all of a sudden sucked into what seems to be this woodcut map. Each of you have the choice to follow, of course.
I chase after the bubble.
That's 2 people.
Yeah, I won't minute.
All right. Sploosh.
Yes, I will join you guys.
Took the rock on accident. Whoops.
Oh god, it's there.
Oh no! Okay. Once again, for a few of you, and a brand new experience for a couple, you find yourselves knee deep, give or take. Could be ankle for one of you, maybe. In this cool water. You can see this round fountain kind of around you, and the water kind of bubbles from these holes in a center stone pillar. It sits in a large field with knee-high green grass kind of around you, just gently moving in a breeze. It appears to be very different from the dark night you just left. Instead, overhead is a bright blue sky, and it's pretty uniformly lit, although you don't really see a sun, but it seems to be as if it were like a noonday sun in spring as you find yourself here at the kind of entryway of Rogarnis Place. You know that to the south you have traveled, had taken you to the Maze of Imagination. You've also been back here to the Pavilion. You do have a ticket for that now, of course, as well. And I guess just a refresher, you did try to go down one of these other random paths before, and you ended up finding yourselves just like suddenly returned right down the path to the fountain. So I'll leave it in your hands.
Doesn't the woodcut we have now look like this guy down here?
So if you peer off, pretty far off in the distance, and you can see how it almost seems to be like a collection of islands connected together in a sea of clouds as far as the eye can see. But yeah, you know, that's a pretty good inference drawn there. You can kind of see kind of a vague outline of a figure that kind of seems to resemble that crudely drawn woodcut.
So do we think that we need to go to the pavilion and have our free drink and go there?
I'm up for a drink.
Not.
Yes, drink. I'm thirsty.
With that in mind, maybe we'll begin heading there.
Okay, want to head up to the pavilion? Got your ticket in hand. It's a familiar little jaunt. It only takes you about 15-20 minutes or so down the pathway. Seems all too pleasant here, but you can already start to feel the workings of the Feywild tug at your senses, where the colors start to seem a little more vivid. You can see whatever emotion your character was pulling in with you starts to magnify it just slightly. You know, if you're feeling a little nervous about this adventure, perhaps you're starting to feel a little more anxious now than before. Or if you're excited to see what else you might find here in Rogarnis Place, now you find yourself like almost wanting to shout with joy. You find you're having to hold yourself back. But you make yourself back to this sort of pavilion here, and the grounds around here, you could see that not much has changed, but long ago they were once well maintained with fruit trees and such, but now it's all just wild and cluttered with grass and overgrown. You do see the pavilion there. It's a wooden 2-story building, quite nice, a little bit out of repair, but not too shabby. You guys have already looked at pretty well up and down. And it starts with the ticket booth, of course, at the front of the pavilion. And you see this large open window, this carved sign saying tickets. There's a tattered rip sign, and it says ticket compensation. So this is actually just a handout that you've already been presented. And so we can kind of have a refresher, though, of course. There's the ticket booth. So last time, just a reminder, that we did the Maze of Imagination. Everyone had to kind of sing or tell us about an uplifting song, and so that was kind of a fun little thing. And in the same vein, of course, you do see a layer of dust still kind of on everything here in this ticket booth. Seems deserted as heck, just as ever, until you notice this little small package on the counter that seems recently placed. And yeah, kind of one for what's happened to you here before. So it's just like a little gift box. No one wants it?
Oh yeah, I'll open it.
Okay, kind of hesitantly, everyone's It's like, oh, who's gonna do it? You know, you don't want to seem like the too greedy or anything. Ah, it's great. Let's do it. Boom, shred it open. Ha, it's Christmas Day. And it is a nice little gift you see here. There are more tickets. So let me pull it up for you. A mysterious ticket. Alright, so that should pop up for you. Mysterious ticket 3 there. You can see where before you just kind of had one little ticket directing you here to the pavilion. Now each of you have your own little ticket for the giant presents that you can collect. And, you know, just a refresher from last time, you got to sing your song, and then you got this cool charm that only worked for like this adventure, but you know, it could have like helped heal you and stuff in a certain situations. But so this one is very similar. You can see that how if you present or create an original work of art of any form of your choice, you will get a charm of sorts on your ticket. Last time it was these stars that popped up. This one will be a little different, but if anybody would like to, we can just start with Simon, and I'll go down the Roll20 order. If you have any kind of perhaps anything your character's kind of special in, or you know, maybe just a quick background thing or anything you'd like, a piece of art, you know, or if you really don't have anything, you don't have to, you know, it's not make or break or anything.
Original piece of art. Okay. Let me see. It's the original piece by the character, right? Not the player?
Dun da da. No, I wouldn't put you on the spot that much, but yeah, by the character. And so
okay.
We could start from just Roll20
Roll20 order.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
if anybody, unless anybody, if we need to come back to somebody, that's totally fine. But do you want to start with this, Simon? If you have anything.
I sure would, but I want to make sure I understand the assignment correctly. What does Simon need to do?
You have to create or if you already had something, you know, create or present an original work of art here at the ticket booth. And it seems as if you would get some sort of kind of upgrading charm on your ticket. You just have to see what it is.
A work of art, huh? Well, unless magical research counts as a work of art, which in my opinion it does, then I don't think I would have much to offer here. My backpack is full of weapons, gear, and my research work, so I guess the last one is the only thing I can truly present.
Well, I can at least give you inspiration.
Alright, cool.
So, I appreciate you. You gotta play your character strengths, and that's fine. So anybody who is going to participate one way or another will at least get inspiration here. But if your character might have something, you may get a little charm. It's just a Feywild charm, so don't feel like you're totally... Yeah, who knows? I don't even think the last one got used, honestly, but this, who knows? You never know. But David, you probably have something with that beautiful
He has
music.
an entire bunch of parchments that have been sewn together. You see that not all the parchments match. He then flips through the pages, stops at around the third or fourth. Then he he will read out loud one of the pieces that he has written. He says, let me take a look, see. He says, "You, helm, are a shield around me, my glory, the one who lifts my head high. I call out to you. You answer me from your holy mountain. I lie down and sleep, wake again, because you sustain me. I fear not the tens of thousands that assail me on every side. Arise and deliver me. Strike all my enemies on the jaw. Break the teeth of the wicked. From you comes deliverance, and may your blessing be on your people." And then he plays a few notes, tring, 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 on the lyre.
as the notes kind of ring out over the clouds and start to fade, you notice this little black raven feather appears on your ticket, and it functions as a charm of feather falling, which in turn works as like the ring of feather falling. So.
Nice.
Okay, then Elaith.
So Aleth is a city guard, but he always liked going to the beach. So if there is loose sand here, Aleth will make a sandcastle that kind of resembles the statue down here in the bottom left.
Okay, nice. Yeah, you gather some up. It takes you a moment. I thought you were going to be like, all I got to present is my buff beach bod and rip the clothes off. Oh, check out this work of art. Oh.
Yeah. they didn't buy tickets to the gun show.
Oh, shoot. And, yeah, it seems as if you kind of each start to lose yourselves in whenever you're preparing or performing here. It's like time isn't really as relevant as it should be, and you're kind of just taking your time, gathering some sand from the path and such, and making it. You hear this kind of firm recitation from David as you're kind of just you may look up from time to say like, whoa, as you're just kind of building your thing, and then sure enough, as it stands there proudly, you end up getting this little black raven feather on your ticket as well. Tijuana looks over jealously.
Yeah, finally, some recognition for me. Tijuana can fly.
How about you, Milo? What you got?
Well, I was trying to think of something to do, like for creating a bottle, but I was wondering if I could do. If there's, because I heard there was mentioned there was sand here, maybe shocking grass the sand, lightning, and maybe try to form some kind of glass bottle, make green, hopefully in color, or blue.
There'd be
I
this
don't know if
point.
that would work. I don't know if that would work, but
Yeah, you meet at the little sand path there with the lathe at a certain point, gathering sand. You're kind of wondering what they're up to. Well, he wonders what you're up to as well. But when it comes time to present, you hold this up, and I'm sure some of the others are wondering, wow, how did he do that? But yeah, it'd be pretty spectacular. The light that seems to come from nowhere and allwhere at once creates this strange stained glass kind of refraction on the ground around, and it's
right.
quite eye-catching.
It doesn't have to be a bottle per se. Something. Yeah, that sounds good, like a stained glass or something. Yeah.
Nice. And sure enough, you feel as if you are wearing a ring of feather falling all of a sudden, as that little black raven feather kind of appears on your ticket.
Okay.
And thanks for hanging in there. Last but certainly not least, Magnus. You'll have your chance as well.
Yes, Magnus is a weaver by trade, and he's been working on something. You know how people hang up those live, laugh, love type things, and made of like macrame, or I'm not even sure what it's called, like pinpoint. But he's been doing one that says, "I'd rather be fishing."
Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, everyone's kind of bust into this like flurry of activity around you. Pulling things out and getting to work, or starting to leaf through your song sheets there or maybe prayer notes, but yeah, you just kind of casually pull out something you've already been working on, kind of give it a close one eye, give it a weird look at it, maybe finish off the final touches, and then hold it up, and it's glorious. And yeah, you feel like you're about to do some fly fishing as you get this little black raven feather appear on your little shiny ticket to the giant presence. All right, and as everyone kind of has to, either share a little bit more about themselves as they decline, or go ahead and reveal a little bit more about themselves as they kind of make themselves a little more vulnerable there. Of course, everyone get inspiration from me, and then in a strange way, though, all your inhibitions just don't really seem to be hanging on you like they normally would, as you feel this place kind of free you of that. So you all get to do your thing, feeling just a little bit more confidently than you normally would, and you kind of feeling pretty cheerful as you feel like it's time to make the next step.
I'm
one thing,
assuming
I'm so
we're
sorry.
heading. Oh, go ahead.
My bad. Because there's a couple more things in the box. My bad. I got all caught up in the fun part. But of course, there's be a little bit more there. There is a potion of lightning resistance as well. And yeah, I guess that's it. Just a potion of lightning resistance. Of course, that was the drink you guys were looking forward to.
I mean, it does make sense given the mysterious poem that we were given, right? It says lizard of lightning. Yeah.
Can we make a knowledge roll for what that
Yeah.
quote unquote lizard of lightning is? That we all know what it is, but our characters
all know
probably
what it
don't.
You guys don't
I was
know.
checking
It's
my logs.
probably
to
in the
see.
B section.
I don't know if it's here though.
Oh, it wouldn't be here.
I don't know if it would be
Eh.
there. But hey, real quick though, I know. So I'll just be forward on this part. You guys had completely explored the pavilion before, and of course, I'm looking over it on the DM side of things, and there's literally nothing new there. But I would like David, Elaith, and Milo to just give me a quick history check from each of you, and then we'll move on after that.
Lots of things.
Okay.
Wow.
So there was some mention of it in the poem there. You guys have just mentioned the poem. You're standing here in front of the pavilion. You've already fully searched through the pavilion. So there's not really too much of a need to do that, but I would like to just kind of go over some things really quickly, because for one, there's one detail, like literally one thing in this whole place that's different. So I'll share that, and then I'll just do a quick run through for mostly for Simon, but Magnus, of course, as a player, you already know, but character wise too. So you guys can kind of just take a quick peek through this place just to see if anything's different. And of course, the main detail here, kind of over and over, is just everything's just completely covered in dust. But you do see kind of the same familiar footprints you found last time that indicated that there's a large cat kind of going up and down and around this place. Doesn't seem like anything fresh since the last time you were here, but you can like make those out again, of course. And all over the place, it seems pretty old. Like in the pantry, things are kind of decaying there. In the ballroom, it's a pretty nice, polished wooden floor, but everything's just covered in dust. You do see pictures here and there of cats and a lady with cats. That seems to be a pretty heavy theme there. And I suppose the main thing, just to reiterate, there is in the bedroom of this seems to be Rogarna's bedroom from the journal entry you found and the things you've discovered. And speaking of displaced, there in her room, there is a big painting. You see this elven fey woman in a black dress, and on either side of her, two large displacer beasts wearing some toothy smiles. One's named Zerst, as the other one's named Tamarnabara. There's another painting with her with some little kittens, 3 little kittens. One of them you've recognized as Foresight, the one that you had recognized had rescued last time. There are 2 more kittens. One's white and has a little tag on it name that says Intellect, and there's one that's orange, a little tabby with the copper thing that says Memory. So just to kind of refresh on that. And lastly, while you're here, and this will kind of piece together, I know it's just a small detail last time, but you see the importance now as in the wardrobe of Rogarna's room, it's pretty spacious by our consideration for a closet, I'd say, but in it there is a mirror. Seemed to be like you had discovered last time, perhaps some sort of divination mirror of sorts. and it has a mirror frame made of silver lizards whose mouths radiate lightning. I know last time I think you guys had a little like kind of one of you had a bit of like a vision from it, and once again as you guys would kind of be peeking through, you'd see looking into this mirror, there's a dark forest under stars, and in the forest you see a giant woman. Seems lightning is emanating from her eyes. She seems to look directly into your focus, the mirror looking directly into your eyes, it appears, as she says something, but no sound really comes through. Then the mirror mists over again. And that's it for here. You guys can kind of pretty much regroup and pretty much just regroup there at the front there at the booth or the fountain, or however you guys want to proceed.
I will say the word ale out loud to see if another box shows up, because there's grog and sustenance. See if there's any food to be had.
As this little cloud of dust kind of flies up. All the food in the pantry was rotten.
Please?
Well, here goes the potion. I'm sure it tastes good.
Yeah, probably not as good as ale, though.
No, the Maze of Imagination, that ended at the dessert treat, but you guys saw how that went when the gelatin started smacking back.
I'll be off to the giant's presence.
Yeah, I'm going to drink the potion because if they think I'm going to need it, I'm going to take it.
How long does it last?
I think it's 1
Really?
hour. Or is
Oh,
it? Is it?
the potion of lightning resistance, you mean?
Yeah.
It should be.
It's only one. Did I hear that right? Or does each of us have one?
It is only one. Just one potion.
Well, I thought there was a box for each of us. Sorry.
Oh, no,
When you
no.
drink this,
There was a
If you-
ticket for each of you in the box, but there was only one potion.
I apologize. I'm not going to drink it.
Okay.
It might be one of those things. Okay, I mean, I could do this, but it can only be for one person. It lasts an hour though, so I could give this to you if you want.
nah, we ball.
I have infinite hit points when I hit 0. Oh, wait. No.
The only hit point that matters is the last one. Let's go.
Yeah.
One is all you need, yeah? One of those things? Okay. I mean, let's go. We're going in.
All right, everyone's in good spirits. You have to remind yourself every few paces, like, what were we doing here again? As you kind of whistling a tune, strumming on your, is it a lyre?
Yeah.
Strumming on your lyre there as you go, keeping the pace, and you would kind of start to hit this bit more rocky terrain as you would approach it over on this side of things. And yeah, as you guys continue, it becomes almost a little bit more mountainous as you see the path kind of turn into loose rock. For a good 15 more minutes or so of this, you see off to the side, kind of almost seems to be laying in the rocks. There's a giant-sized metal statue, kind of a good ways off the path. And yeah, you guys, y'all can see him there, hey?
Oh, yeah.
So if everyone will make me a quick perception check.
Seeing or hearing?
This one will be sight.
Nice.
Sight. Okay, it looks like to David, it really just appears to be this kind of weird statue laying in the ground. The same for Milo. You're not really picking up any extra details yet. However, Simon, you can see that it does appear to be covered in this like sort of green oxidation, And then Elaith and Magnus, you're able to pick up a little bit more on that. You can see how the statue is scored by burn marks, and it seems as if some have been fused. Like you could see where the metal joints of this kind of large statue of its legs have been like burned and fused together. Just that's kind of all you can pick up from a bit of a distance away.
Okay. Seeing that there's nothing off about it, other than the fact that the eyes look like they're staring at us because of the choice of artwork, uh, David will approach, and because it's a new place, we don't know what to expect. Yeah, just a little bit of a quick inspection of this, and then approach.
Okay, nothing's picking up from the divine sense, but you could make me a perception, a survival check, real quick.
Okay.
Could I send my familiar owl to fly high up and just scout the area from above?
Sure. And are you gonna see through its eyes, or will it be
Um,
like?
It's a familiar, so I can see through its eyes if I want it.
Okay, then if you'll give me the same survival check, then.
Alright then. Survival. Nice.
Okay, you seeing through its eyes, you kind of are able to get a bit more keen look than David, like on ground level and such, and you're able to kind of see how, from where you're standing towards the statue there's like a trail from the path, and as you kind of look, you could see that it almost seems to be as if the statue has like dragged itself. Like the groove marks from the path to where the statue is, that it kind of indicates that. As you're kind of soaking that information in, you all can see, as you get closer, that the statue seems to be like an articulated metal skeleton with gears and pulleys designed to make it move. The chest appears to have some sort of engine and that kind of power the creature, but right now the thing is just head down in the rocks. For eyes, it kind of has these crystal glasses that are pressed into the ground. And as you approach, this rusty creak kind of emanates as the head slowly turns to look at you through a cracked crystal lens, and a high-pitched voice issues from a hole under the eyes, saying, "You have come at last."
This isn't a statue, that's a construct.
Indeed, I am. I am the mechanic.
What happened to your mechanic friends?
Well, it was always my job to help Muriel, the engineer, maintain the giant presence. Oh, look at it there. It's wonderful. And the views, the guests loved it. It can even walk around. Isn't it wonderful? I used to be able to walk around too. The Oilers. The Oilers did it. The little black, inky things. Ugh. And they've
How long ago?
Go on.
Go on.
No, you.
How long ago was that? DM broken?
So he'll tell you, and I don't think it was very long at all, although, and you can see that it had probably been some time, as he's been kind of camped out here for a minute, and your party members would know a little more perhaps, but it seems as if like at least 100 years time has passed in this event that's happened. But you know that the way that time functions from the Fey to the regular plane of existence isn't necessarily linear always. So, yeah, I guess time is a weird question. I can't give you a straight answer really, but that's kind of what you'd make of it. It's been a while. And yet, it seemed like it just happened yesterday, huh? But He'll kind of continue. Last thing that happened to me, well, Mural sent me and Nero to go to the House of Relics for help. Mural suspected that the Oilers were in league with the Unseelie.
Sorry, wait. I was writing it down. I wasn't able to write it all down. Could you say that again, please?
Sure, well, my memory's a bit foggy, but it seems Mural had sent me and Nero to the House of Relics for help. The Oilers, we were suspecting them to be in league with the Unseelie.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in Edmonton?
Nero.
I do not follow. But oh, I'm so glad you're finally here.
Sent him and Nero. Nero, as it Nero.
Yeah, like the old Roman.
The one who likes burning things. Okay, sure.
Yes, Nero. He's a fantastic companion. I do hope he's okay.
When was the last time you and Nero have seen one another?
Well, the Oilers attacked us here. I'm not sure what happened to Nero. Last I saw, he took off. Perhaps back towards the giant presence, but I'm not sure. I had my hands full here as those wicked little inky things fused my legs. They thought it would immobilize me, but they were wrong. Look how far I've made it, as he gestures back to his crawl marks. And yet, my engine has now given out. I cannot move. I almost made it to get help.
Can we attempt to repair him and separate his legs?
As you examine him, it seems his parts are heavily fused and or damaged beyond repair, unfortunately.
But would it be would he over here be fine with being carried?
I would have no objection. However, I feel there are more important things. You see, I'm not sure the fate of Mural, or Nero for that matter. Please, I am but a construct, as you say, and I am sadly broken. But you could perhaps save another. If you go on ahead, and if you are successful, perhaps we could speak more before you leave.
Okay.
Can I make an insight check? Is he trying not to call us meatbags?
Is he trying not to what?
Call us meatbags? Sorry, it's Star Wars.
It gets better. It gets better. No comment yet.
All right.
I'm from a faraway, distant universe. No copyright.
I see.
No. It gets better. All right. Any other questions here for the mechanic?
Anything we should watch out on our travels?
Well, if you do see a little kitten, be sure to scoop that one up. I believe Intellect was in the care of Mural, last I was aware. Other than that, hopefully I'll see all of you. Mural, Intellect, and Nero all shortly, and we can rejoice.
And
What about memory?
would our metal friend over here be knowledgeable on anything like a scaled creature with many legs and lightning? Any sightings of those?
You must mean Nero. Yes, he's quite a unique creature, eh? But seems as if you've already met.
We have not. Only whispers. Only through whispers. And stories and tales.
Well, he's normally a very friendly fellow. So if he may seem fearsome at first, but you kind of do as well.
Okay. Now we know that. Okay. The lizard of lightning. Understood. Okay. With that in mind, David will say thanks. And if the mechanic will ask to be brought upright, I think. Wait, is he prone right now?
Yeah, he's a mess. He's just kind of broken into the rocks there, and if you had set him upright, he'd just fall right back over and stuff. So there's not much.
Okay. All right then. As long as he enjoys maybe the view, so no objection. I will
He's
not.
like, turn me a
mess with
little.
him.
Yes, that's it. Okay, now I can see.
A little
Thank
to the
you.
left, the other left. Yeah. Sure. We'll do that.
Says one last thing as you go forward. Just find confidence in your steps, and don't be afraid. And then he seems to kind of dim down a little. That's all he has to say. And about 100 feet beyond him, you can see kind of an unusual sight. There's a misty portal starts to form with translucent walls. It leads off the rocky cliff and into the sky, and in the distance there you can see the mountainous floating island ahead suspended in the clouds. And of course, you've already kind of seen the little silhouette in the distance getting ever closer. Enshrouded in the clouds on this island is a giant metal statue. But as you guys kind of approach the edge there, the rocky terrain just ends abruptly, and you can see this like misty, almost gelatinous tube of sorts just kind of appears there, and you can very much see through it, but it seems as if it could be a good path through.
Something about what he said, meaning be confident in your steps and fear not, is what he said. Yeah.
We should take it at face value and confidently walk everywhere without worrying about anything.
Dun, dun, dun.
And of course, if you're standing within 10 feet, things aren't as scary.
Yes, there is some warmth about David. I like to stand within at least 10 feet of him. I don't know about you, Magnus.
I mean,
don't know either.
if the sun is high up and
There's just aura, that I will always try to be in. It's weird.
It just feels good.
It does.
So
if it's hot outside, he provides shade. Anyway, carry on.
As you guys enter the tube, it does feel very strange. As before, you had this bright blue sky overhead and a nice little breeze of sorts, and you still can see that, but you can't really feel it anymore as this like just very gelatin-like substance. You kind of start to push through it, and doesn't really grip or stick to you as much. And it's about 10 foot in diameter, so it's not really like pressing in on you too much, but it definitely feels weird as you guys kind of tramp through, and especially as you get towards the middle where you're really there, kind of, and you can see it's almost like bowing a little bit. It begins to sway, and really you get this strange feeling, unless you have the ability to fly. So like Tijuana here would be fine. You'd kind of be used to the feeling of like swaying or floating in the air, but anybody who doesn't naturally have the ability to fly, your stomach's starting to turn, and it'd be like motion sickness of a sort, or perhaps seasickness, I guess.
Would that be immune as well then?
Yeah, and so I would say with it being 10 foot in diameter, I'm sure you could all cluster up to be within 10 feet of David, that with reasonably so. That being said, I'll need everyone to make a Constitution save.
I love making con saves. Oh. Very icky. No good.
Oh, and if you have the ability to fly, you do need to make the save, but with advantage. So I guess Tijuana would need to make the save, but and also the owl as well.
Okay. Let's see what's Owl's constitution.
But you got advantage, so they're kind of used to it. And then
Familiar.
what was the bonus from David from the aura?
Their career
Okay.
+3, so I get a 10.
So-
Probably.
All right, it looks like
The Owl's save is coming up shortly. Oh, she has a negative one.
oh my, everybody's failing.
Alright, so the Owl would get... Oh, well, hold on, advantage.
Advantage for the L, yeah?
Yes.
So Owl gets 17, Simon gets 10.
Okay, so it looks like the only ones that succeeded were the owl, and then David and Magnus. So you three are fine, but the others will suffer the poison condition for 1 hour, as you just feeling a little tough keeping that last meal down a little bit. So that will be Elaith, Simon, Milo. It looks like Tijuana as well.
+6, and I roll a 2.
Let me see. There it is. We'll just give you a little green dot. David was good.
That tube is poison.
Thank you there.
You're welcome.
I think we got Simon too, right? My bad.
Poison condition. Disadvantage on attacks and ability.
I think that was right, Alright. Okay. So, after what started out kind of like interesting and like, oh wow, what is this? You talk about Futurama and the tubes and stuff. But when you kind of finally pull yourself out on the other side, it's like a roller coaster ride that lasted a little too long. You're just kind of, you're feeling a little icky. A couple of you may still have enjoyed it. Thinking fondly back to the tube there before the giant presents. That was fun. While everyone else is kind of clutching their stomachs. But you kind of come out in this rocky cliff face, still surrounded by mountains. And there's a dirt path leading through these mountains to the 250-foot tall bronze statue. This one is also heavily oxidized, but you can see the features well enough. It seems to be a muscled male with a beard, holding a staff. And anyone that gazes upon this lustrous statue may make a nature check.
Not too bad.
Before that, David will offer some lay on hands to those who are not feeling so good. I can expend 5 points. I heard poison, and this 5-point increment.
Spend 5
Usage
points
of
to
plan.
healing cure target of disease of neutralize 1 poison. So it means like an actual poison substance. And we just have the poison condition because we have upset stomachs. So I don't think it applies here.
It's not going to apply. What about a lesser restoration?
That would.
Hmm.
Well, no, it's poisoned. Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a fair reasoning there. So that'd be 4 people total that had it.
And you only have, what, 2 slots for that?
Didn't you have
No, I have
beads?
4 beads. I have 4 curing beads, which is either a lesser restoration or a cure wounds, and I can do it 4 times
Oh, cool.
per dawn.
Oh, well, there you go.
David offers a little rub on your tum-tum, says you guys needed some help from that. Or you can take it old Pokemon Red style, give you a nice little pat on the back. Makes anything better.
He prays a little bit and then gives you pats.
Dun, dun,
Prayers in
dun,
the-
dun,
Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun.
All right. Very awesome. Let me take that off Milo too. Cool. So, yeah, not the craziest thing, but who wants to roll with disadvantage for anything? Nobody. So awesome there, David. Earned some good
Too
things.
busy being. He was too busy being praying to notice the proper things on the things.
And then about the nature check too. So yeah, we have
Mhm.
looks like Simon and Magnus. Am I missing? Oh, there's Lace up there. So Simon and Magnus only. You know clearly that this is a storm giant by just the description you're able to glean from it. The others, you're maybe not quite as confident on that reasoning, but you two for sure. Like, that's the storm giant. And you can see.
I relay that to the group.
Okay. It does seem that at the base of the foot, there's like an archway leading into the statue. Yep. So you guys can proceed how you want.
Being careful. Old Bender Ben and Rodriguez over there said that the statue can move, so gonna be careful not to get stepped on by it.
So go ahead and make me an investigation check with advantage, since you're kind of recalling that detail.
Oh, okay. That's a 9.
Anybody else want to try without advantage?
Sure. I'm good at investigating things.
So that's a 15. 6. 3.
With the previous information
Investigation.
you've gathered, you can see kind of like the hidden details of like gears and such that it may perhaps be like articulated or be able to move and such. If you feel like if you knew a little more, you might be able to like if you're an artificer or something or a little tinker or gnome, you could probably bust out the blueprint, but. Looking at it, you're thinking, oh, maybe. I mean, it doesn't look like a normal statue, that's for sure. But it's quiet, pretty nondescript for the moment as you approach, and there really only does seem to be, like the only thing of note is kind of like the archway leading into the boot of it.
Are there any tracks on the ground leading up to it?
Nope, you don't notice anything like that.
No signs of recent passage or of anything. No signs of damage. No signs of anything in particular that has passed by recently, other than us.
Nope, not even a like a ticket booth or anything out here or anything yet. Just this huge statue looming overhead and kind of like a little entryway.
Okay. Sure. Where? Well, circle around it and try to touch the statue. Oh, this is. I mean, we were told it was. I was informed that it's a giant, right?
Yeah, I guess they would have shared that it seems to be of a storm giant.
Is it a god of storm giants?
It doesn't. You wouldn't recall anything of that nature. But you do kind of do a little circle around and kind of tap it and such, and it seems to be made of like a pretty tough metal.
Okay. And there's nothing on the top of it? Well, I can't see from here.
You can see how like if there's anything of detail, maybe like a slight glint from the eyes, kind of indicating that perhaps they're like lenses or windows of sorts. But other than that, it seems pretty not featureless, obviously, but nothing too out of the ordinary.
Wait, how tall is it again?
250.
250.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Okay.
It's a big boy.
And David looks at it and says, "I cannot push that." And no inscriptions or anything on the plate. The platform, the pedestal that's on. No markings on it either.
I say in giant, may we enter.
Must have been talking to David, as there's no reply.
I shrug.
David responds accordingly. Says it does not seem to acknowledge this. Let's see. It doesn't look like there's anything we could slot into it, huh?
No, you could just kind of see, like, as you're circling around, and of course you could like kind of look into the archway there in the boot. There seems the corridors kind of beyond are made of the same like bronze, and you can see how the oxidation is even kind of started to reach inside that tunnel. There also seems to be like the startings of a layer of kind of oil over most things towards the inside, and it seems like it gets dark inside there. Other than that, that's kind of all you could tell is kind of looking around and stuff.
How wide is the base?
I'm sure there's some kind of mathematical thing we could figure out if we were like architects or something, but it just really states that it's a 250 foot tall statue, so it's probably pretty big, but I don't have an exact number.
I'd like to tie its legs together with some rope, just in case it tries to walk off.
Come on, everybody, bust out a rope!
maybe it'll fall like an hat or something.
Oh shoot! If you got enough rope, you can certainly do that. Pretty good, man.
And I start talking about how we should tie every dead person's shoelaces together, so if they do come back as a zombie, then they fall down.
That's actually clever.
It should be part of our, burial rituals, or burning them. Which I don't understand why people don't do.
Where's the grave cleric from last time?
But I will use my 50 foot of rope to wrap around as many times as I can to try to tie it together so it can't walk off on us while we're inside.
Okay. I'll humor you on that one. You successfully do so.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess if there's no other objections, I know Simon, he'll come back in here in just a moment. Do we want to take a quick minute to hit the restroom or anything? Does anybody else need a quick break? No?
I'm okay
I can
with
grab-
continuing for now.
Okay. Well, I could grab a drink, but it wouldn't take longer than a minute.
Okay, let's give it like 3 minutes. We'll start at the 25 mark, and then we'll come right back, and then
Okay.
unless there's any objections, I
Okay.
guess you guys could plunge into the giant, see what's up.
No objections.
Okie dokie. Alright, if anybody kind of filters in here as we go, no problem. As you guys take a pretty darn good look at this statue, trying to assess as much as you can from the outside. It really doesn't seem to reveal too much. So, of course, tentatively and careful, of course, you enter in through the passage into the boot. As you go, though, of course, the first thing is the cavernous leg that you start to enter into. It's hollow, but it is quite dark. So other than these periodic flashes of light kind of radiating from the top of this like tube of sorts that you seem to be in, it's pretty gosh darn dark. So I don't know if you might want to address that, but other than that, you do kind of see 100 feet above you in those like periodic flashes of light, and as it shines out like a strobe light, you see that the floor there is covered with kind of this metal debris of sorts, as you realize that you're now inside like the boot and leg of this giant statue, and there should be, or would have been, or used to be, you could say, a spiral staircase of sorts, and has now fallen and has crushed this metal booth. There's a sign that probably used to be proudly displayed on this booth that says tickets, and it is now partially crushed under the booth. You can barely make out what it reads, but you can also see that within this debris there are some huge gears that appear twisted beyond repair. And as you stand looking at this wreckage, you notice that the walls all around you are covered in this thin sheet of oil.
Okay. No signs of passage by anything other than us.
No, and so this is one where I can't say I'm the most terribly crafty or anything, but I had to do a little map making of my own to make up for some boo-boo stuff as we get in these modules from time, so bear with me on this one, but there should be everybody right there. Oh, there you are. So yeah, you kind of find yourself, this is what it looks like. So first off, 10-foot squares, so this is roughly 100 feet, give or take. You can see that it reaches up above you. This is like the leg, and I know the map's a little big, but if you could see over on the bottom right, I will reveal to you where you are inside this shiny metal creature. So we'll kind of bounce back and forth between the main image there and then where you're at and these little kind of, we're almost taking it pen and paper style in a sense, but yeah, like I said, bear with me. We'll also switch from 10 feet to 5 feet squares a little bit later, and I'll let you know when we do, of course. But yeah, as you can see there by that robotic leg in the bottom right, that's where you guys are. Again, you kind of have this debris all around you, and kind of these oily walls. Seems as if something is up above you, where kind of like it would kind of turn over, maybe perhaps to where the legs meet or something, and these flashes of light kind of shine out from that area. Other than that, you're on your own.
Can we use this spiritual weapon to represent where the party is? It's here on the leg.
Oh, sure.
It's like the you are here kind of thing.
Okay, sure.
So, David will happily walk in the front first, unless somebody objects.
And you got
Trying to be within 10 feet of everybody.
your coin with light, so you kind of solve that problem.
Yeah, because you can't see in the dark. And you got the Blessed Warrior fighting style. So that we'll begin, first and foremost, listening for anything if there's none. David will take that step forward carefully, but he is quite heavy. If there are any weight-based traps, he will most definitely trigger them.
So really, you just kind of have to pick your way through this this debris and such that's littering around the area, but you find yourself in kind of a circular chamber of sorts. Seems as if the only way to go necessarily is up. But as you kind of take a quick look around, there doesn't really seem to be any way up. My stinking cat just did that. Can you believe that?
Uh-oh, cat.
It's so funny. Didn't reveal anything too important, thankfully, but...
Paid actor.
Get out of here, Biscuit! What are you doing?
Trying to get us to rescue the cats.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's true. We're supposed to be looking for... Is it intellect or intelligence?
It is intellect, I think, yeah.
Intellect, okay, so... Okay, we'll keep going then. Wait, only way is up. David, is there a ladder?
Yep. And so go ahead and make me a... Thing cat. Quit trying to sabotage me! Sorry. If you'll make me an investigation check as you're thinking that.
Is there a ladder?
There is no ladder. There is no ladder.
No handholds? Footholds?
You could see how, I mean, climbing's always an option, but there does seem to be that kind of like oil on the walls and stuff that would kind of make it a little difficult.
Magnus pulls out a giant hook. I've got a grappling hook, but I used all my rope to tie up the legs, so...
David will take out the rope that he has and use that for the grappling hook.
I'll give David the grappling hook.
Is the owl capable of carrying the hook and placing
I
it?
mean,
So
how heavy is the hook?
Let me check. It is 4 pounds. Correction, 4 pounds.
4 pounds. Owl can carry like 45 pounds, so easy.
okay. Is there anything up top that can make sure the grappling hook is secure?
There is, indeed.
So the owl flies up, and does anything happen when it reaches the top?
If you'll make me a quick perception check as you're looking over to look for something, and I guess anybody
Not
can
much.
make that as you're putting your heads together. Damn, Elaith and David. You guys see that in this wreckage there are several rods that would have held like a staircase, and the rods are still in place. They could be definitely used to climb to the ceiling. And so you could definitely tie it. You know, I don't.
Okay.
I guess you just hook onto something. Yeah, you could hook onto the rods up at the top.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess at that point, just getting to the top really would just be an athletics check with advantage from everybody, if that's what you guys are trying to do.
Yes, please. After, if David makes it up top, he can also suggest that the rope at the bottom be tied around the person. He'll pull you up, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next.
Milo's all about that because I'm not very strong.
Oh yeah, I know. Milo can collapse on his shoulder again. Why not?
Sure.
Okay, so I guess just to make it somewhat of a challenge, essentially I would have you take the rolls for them, which might be a better statistic, perhaps. But
Oh yeah.
so if you first want to climb up, and you're using the poles, and the bird there, the beautiful owl, Hedwig, has already hooked on at the top with his dexterous claws and opposable claw. Then if you want to make an advantage athletics check real quick, David, as you would go up, and looks like you did with a 30, so you make it to the top. And then essentially, so Tijuana flies up. Everybody else wants to take a trip from David.
Yeah, Magnus ain't proud. He'll take it.
So that's 4 more. if you'll just make 4 athletics checks. I mean, you got a +11, so I wouldn't. You kind of have to.
You underestimate the anger of RNGesus.
It's true. And we'll go in. We'll just go in.
Again,
I was gonna say we go in
RNGesus.
roll 20 order. So sorry, Simon.
How do? Okay, question. How do you get +11 athletics? Wait, are you the one with the fire giant belt?
I am.
Okay, that makes sense.
Nice.
Yeah.
The glorious belt. You come face to face with it as you're being heaved up. And yet, if you want to go ahead and make the other 3, and then we'll kind of go over what happens afterwards. So the next will be for Elaith, then Milo, and then Magnus.
Since we were also given the charm, I'm more than happy to expend mine so that no damage will be given to the people.
Okay.
But anyway,
I
the
think
attempts will be.
is it just for 1, or is it? I'd have to refresh myself on the Ring of Feather Fall.
Yeah. I'm not sure either.
Let me check real quick.
And I'm not. And if it's a charm, it runs out after a number of uses. But I don't know how that works for this module.
I think the Ring of Feather Falling is you only. It's like you can cast a spell.
Okay. So just the self. I see.
So it is only a one-time use,
I see. Okay.
and then
And let's see how angry RNGesus is with me. Just the first one. One more. Okay, fine.
So do I
One more?
like fall into the abyss like Darth Maul, or?
I think it would be one more though, right? One last one for Magnus. Okay, so yeah, and then you might have to do an additional one for Simon. But yeah, Simon, you'll plummet below. You'll have to kind of take a break for a second as you kind of shake it off, and then you can take another go at getting up. But let me see real quick on the specific for that.
Wait, I make another one? Or-
Because mine failed, right? With the one.
Yeah. Okay. An attempt will be made. Oh, come on. Okay. I mean, if you acknowledge the modifier, RNGesus says, okay, you think your modifier is enough to make it? It does be like that. But will a 15 suffice?
Okay, so first, as you're getting pulled up, you will fall and take 23 bludgeoning there.
Oh, jeez! I wish I had Featherfall prepared, but I do not.
The one person too. Oh damn! It's funny how these things come back around, I guess.
Wait, but if the
And then on the second go around though, you do make it. With a 15 is enough. So yeah, it's unfortunately you do fall the first time and take a little damage as you almost make it to the top, and then the second time you kind of feel maybe a little less trusting, but you're able to make it to the top just fine.
It's not a him thing. It's an RNGesus thing. 23 points of lay on hands will be given to you if permitted.
hold up. Okay, I love to see it.
Then 8 points of lay on hands will be given.
And I'm back to full. Nice.
Okay, so a couple things first. Of course, mechanically, we want to get through how the things are happening, but description-wise, you do notice something initially, which could always change what you would have done, I suppose. But my bad if so. But I don't think so. You come to the top, and as soon as you're there, you could see something is behind you, and those pulses of light, you could feel like any hair you have, maybe not on the top of your head there, David, but you kind of feel like it kind of rise up with the electricity in the air as you look behind you, and you see there's most definitely Behir, right, and you could see that it doesn't seem able to attack towards you through any range, and it is chained towards like what would have probably been the top of the staircase that used to be there. But he's just kind of chained there, looks at you, a little bit hungry, look in its eye perhaps, and then of course the static like pulsing kind of shoots out from it with that light every so often. But you're able to pull your friends up and stuff, no problem, and then turn around and address this however you would think to. It just seems like this huge lizard creature with multiple arms or legs, I guess how you want to look at it. Kind of just like looks towards you. Seems just off of a quick look to be very weak with hunger.
Oh, sorry. Where are we in the lower right of the map? Are we still in the leg?
Oh,
Or
yeah, good point, maybe. So I guess you could think of yourself somewhat in kind of the crossover area, we'll call it, in between the legs.
the pelvis?
Yeah,
Okay.
the hips don't lie. That's where you are.
Shakira, Shakira.
Hey, you're in the shiny metal buns.
Okay.
More or less. But yeah, you're kind of at this crossover point between the legs. Where you're at, you kind of come up, and it seems as if it kind of curves over and then levels out, and that's where this Bahir is. And then it would kind of like curve back down towards the other leg. As far as what's on that side, you can't really tell yet. And it doesn't seem as if it goes up anymore from here. It just keeps going like over and then perhaps down to the other leg. But first, you got this Bahir in your way, and it kind of rears back and like crackles with energy, but yeah, it kind of set like you could see this like salivation kind of drop from its muzzle and kind of drip onto the ground, but it doesn't necessarily do anything yet.
Can I pull out a couple rations and throw it to him?
It gobbles it up like insanely fast. It like pulls. You see, it's got this chain tied to one of its legs that is has a chain to this metal rods and stuff that's been twisted and melted, and it kind of lunges forward at the rations and he yanks at its chain. And kind of takes what it can and gobbles it up. It seems not even near satiated by that amount, but grateful at least.
I'll throw 2 more.
Same thing. Seems like it would take a lot of rations. But yeah, but I mean, it takes them gobble gobble. You know, doesn't it?
Are you Neo?
At the mention of its name, it pauses and stares directly at you.
Or Nero? Yeah.
Kind of holds its chin up.
The mechanic asked that we find you.
Kind of crouches a little, but again, just kind of like turns its head and seems to be like holding its neck out towards you, its chin, holding its chin out towards you.
Does it look like he's asking for scritches?
He does. That's what I'm getting too.
Yeah, that's the vibe. Okay. David won't assume anything, but he only knows a limited number of languages. But maybe the party can communicate with him?
Let me see. Let me double check what his languages are real quick. As a Bahir, I'll admit, I'm not 100%. What all languages, I guess, and then I'll tell you.
Elaith presented
Elise-
the languages they can
Yeah.
use.
Common, Draconic, Dwarvish,
Oh, you
Elvish.
hit it.
So,
Yeah, the second one. You start to hiss and kind of grunt and sputter and Draconic, and Nero kind of definitely kind of like starts to wag towards the back of its kind of body, its tail there. A few of its legs start to hit the ground a little. Definitely seems like it wants some scritches, but then also gives you like a very high pitched like a whine, as clearly like malnourished as well. So there's that.
Well, David doesn't have good berries, unfortunately. The most that he can do is provide more rations and more scritches.
As you start to give some scritches, You can see that Nero's good nature will hold out for a bit longer, but clearly something's got to give. You do see that the chain around Nero is probably pretty solid still, but could perhaps be broken, And then there's, Nero for now is reacting pretty happily, but is most definitely chained here and super hungry.
Keys or anything?
Do you think he would like some dried meat?
Maybe.
Sure, I'm gonna try giving him some from my ration.
Oh yeah, he'll eat up as many rations, but I'll tell you that it's in the double digits of how many that would truly satiate.
Alright, so I'll give him one then.
So yeah, it likes it, but it's like a little snack. As far as the key, there doesn't seem to be a key, but if anybody's got anything special, or there's always the old-fashioned way, of course.
Breaking the chains.
Yeah, I was looking for a crowbar, but I do not have one.
Neither do I.
Let me see. What I did. Let's see.
I have a shovel, but I don't think that'll do any good.
So I guess with the way that you guys have tamed Nero, is the word we could use. I really don't think he's not going to get in the way necessarily. So it's just a matter of time. I mean, you guys could sit here and just smack the shit out of it until it eventually breaks. I'll tell you, it has a pretty high AC and like 400 HP, but we don't have to sit here and roll 100 attack rolls over and over until y'all eventually destroy it. So
hopefully not.
Yeah, no, we could save some time. You guys, if sometimes you got that spell or whatever where you could just instantly free him, and then other times you got to kind of slowly feed him rations to keep him happy while someone goes over there and bashes it with a shovel, until it eventually snaps.
Well, David has coated his weapon in adamantium, so yeah.
So where it instantly breaks objects or something? Or no?
Not instantly. It's
What was that one?
It's just this one
I think there's
from
like a-
XGE. From XGE.
Nice. Awesome. So that definitely speed things up a bit. I think what was that? I think there's a sword you can get that like instantly destroys objects. This would be that perfect moment for that.
It's Shadow Spike.
Yeah, that's like the most useless thing until a moment like this.
I had a character tier 2 with that weapon, I did not take him.
Ah.
Oh,
Everybody.
Now we all realize the importance of Shatter Spike.
Well, automatic criticals are cool too. And everybody can have an adamantium weapon, it's just 500 gold.
yeah, he's gotta pay the money. But anyway, while the party's like giving sketches and rations, looking for a spot in the chain, the weakest looking link, and then smack, until
Okay, and then just really quick, how many rations? I know you come standard with like 10, and I know it's not really the thing we keep up with the most of necessarily in AL, but does everybody have their 10?
Yeah.
I mean, brand new character, so he still has all 10.
Magnus only had 9. He used ration before.
I have 10. I'll go ahead and delete them all now so that I don't have them in the future.
We'll give all 10 so that yeah.
Okay, so if y'all are all willing to mark them out, I mean, it's like pretty insignificant, but that's enough. And so Nero will consume every single. It's actually 50 total, but I'm not gonna. You're -1 ration.
I can feed him the owl.
I have a fish.
God.
I probably have fish.
There you go.
Oh, that prize catch you were saving for later. You'll have to give it up. But Nero consumes it all. He's intelligent enough to communicate, but he's not like super intelligent. So in Draconic, he can kind of tell you a little bit, but not terribly much. He'll kind of share with you. I mean, he's kind of like a canine companion is the way I would kind of see him in this story. But he most certainly would kind of let you know in his ways, though. He's kind of the servant friend of Muriel, who's like the engineer here. He would tell you the same about how the little inky black oilers who normally just keep the statue in good operation and oils and stuff, like maintenance creatures, seem to have been in kind of bad communication with the Unseelie, the summer, or not the summer court, but the winter court, the gloaming, I think. But anyways, the bad guys essentially in the Feywild, and they have turned. Nero came back as fast as possible, where the Oilers had corralled him and fused this chain around, and he's been here quite a while since then. Not sure what's happened to Mural, but definitely concerned. And after he eats all your rations, he will go down the leg you just came from and take a nice little nap.
Yes, of course. In coma.
Okay, and on the other side of this horizontal passage, you see there's a set of joints that kind of curves into a shaft back down the other leg, approximately 20 feet down from where you'll be. And so we would kind of be here at the other side of where Nero is on the map, and you'd be looking down. So you're kind of looking down into the right leg now. And I'll go ahead and reveal that on our friend Bender over here, as you guys kind of look down into the next. Oh my gosh, I don't know why Roll20 likes to just hide things sometimes. Reveal, dang it. Okay. Alright, so you guys look down and you see that about 20 feet down it starts to be filled with this heavy kind of liquid. It seems to be some nasty kind of oil-like substance, definitely not water. Seems as if this is the only way forward. And for a little more reference for tokens... Oh my gosh. No! My cat always chooses the wrong time to try to get some snuggles, but okay. So back up here to the top left of the legs, you can see that kind of as before, it kind of starts down, but after 20 feet, we're doing 10-foot squares here, starts in this kind of darkening fluid, some kind of oil-like substance.
Wait, does it smell like anything in particular? This oil-like substance?
I guess, like, not to be too redundant, I suppose, but kind of just like oil, really. It's kind of hard to pick it out than anything other than that. Just in like a, it's got that faintly, like, metal smell, like someone working on a car or something like that. Like, it's kind of assails your nostrils in a bad way.
Bad smell. Okay.
Doesn't seem to be necessarily toxic or anything like that, but not too pleasant necessarily.
Doesn't smell like it melts anything, huh?
No, it doesn't seem to be bubbling or anything like that. It just seems to be like some simply oil, really, which is what it is. But it's not water, which is important to remember. But other than that, it kind of functions the same.
So we can't breathe it, the switcher.
We can't breathe in it unless perhaps we have a necklace of adaptation, which allows us to breathe in any environment. Unless this doesn't count.
I didn't even know about that thing, so. But yeah, I think that would work, yeah, but it seems as if other things that specify water, maybe not.
Okay, so that leaves out create and destroy water, so we can't do that there. There is still a way up, yeah?
No. So I don't know if I had to mix that up, but no, it seems as if going down into this liquid kind of seems to be the only way forward.
Oh boy,
Or
okay.
backward? Probably forward.
Okay, let's see.
Can we prestidigitate like a 2-foot wide path between like where it's coming up and where we're at if it's all covered in oil, and then throw a torch down it to get rid of it?
Ooh. I'm okay with trying that. Why not?
We might make a giant explosion.
As you kind of experiment I mean, you could say you light a torch and throw it in just to see what happens or something. It does seem to be non-flammable.
Oh, it's unflammable. Okay.
As far as prestidigitating, I don't think you'd be able to do it at the rate to keep it from, like you wouldn't be able to do it sufficiently to breathe.
I mean,
But just for some reminders real quick, you guys can hold your breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus your constitution modifier, which is a minimum of at least 30 seconds if you have a negative in that con. If you do happen to run out of breath, you'd survive for a number of rounds equal to your con mod, so at least 1 round. And yeah, so that's kind of the situation you're looking at here.
I was about to start asking about plant life, but if holding our breath will mean that we can move forward, then David's willing to make the attempt.
Yeah, that's
Can
kind
I
of the,
empty out one of my wine skins and fill it with air?
sure.
All right, I will empty out a wine skin and fill it with air to have a backup just in case.
Okay.
I just hope I don't get thirsty.
Yeah, if you had an idea, I don't know what you were kind of suggesting there, but as far as any kind of like, y'all seem to be the only kind of living things in here for now, other than Nero down there napping, and everything's kind of coated in this grime of oil, and then the walls were and such, and it seems to be pulled up here for sure, and definitely not an area that's very conducive to any kind of plant life or any life in general, really.
Yeah, Magnus will drink as much as he can from his wine skin before pouring the rest out to fill it with air.
You got brace for this as much as you can.
Yep.
But all right,
Yeah.
I guess.
It's fine. I hold my breath better when I'm drunk.
So if anybody has anything like specific that can give them an advantage in some way, feel free, of course, to bring it up. But if anything, we could kind of start from maybe Magnus' side and work our way forward. We'll see how it goes. But basically, such as water, you can move half of your speed. One thing to keep in mind is as you would descend, these are 10-foot squares. So you up here, if you were to kind of just drop yourself into the oil here, you'd
Actually, Tally,
yeah.
I can retreat into my bottle and stay there for a little bit if somebody wants to carry my bottle.
Okay.
Sure. Speaking of retrieving, the owl will go into the pocket dimension for the time being.
Gotta catch 'em all.
Exactly.
Hoot hoot, you did well. Come back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, you can move half your speed. In addition to that, it does seem as if it might be a little grippy as you go too, of course. So maybe honestly at this point the best thing to do would be to just roll some initiative. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. Just give us a turn order to go with, if you guys want to do that.
Come on.
And then if you're just jumping in the bottle there, then I guess you don't really have to roll. Okay. Also, what about Tijuana?
He goes after me.
Okay, great. All right. So yeah, Magnus. So I'll kind of reveal as we go. I'll give us a little bit more to work with. Keep in mind again, they're 10-foot squares. So you can move half of your regular speed.
So my regular speed's 30, so 50 feet, and don't move 30 feet.
All right. So as you kind of drop yourself into the oil, and you kind of make your head down, feet up to dive motion, and start to plunge in, you can just see that this oil is sticky, and it kind of clings to you. Once not in any kind of sentient manner, but it almost feels like it's trying to grip you and pull you, not let you go anywhere forward. And as it does, I'll need just a strength save from you. Okay, so
Would I be within 10 feet of David for that first save?
no, because you're the 20 feet drop below.
20 feet down, okay.
They thought of everything. Yeah, so as you start to make your way in, it restrains you, and you find yourself restrained for this turn instead. Sploosh. David. Sorry about that, Magnus, but
That's alright.
you'll get another shot at it.
An attempt will be made. And
Alright, so you jump in, sploosh. And then, you'll make that same strength save.
an attempt will be made. Believe. Our Jesus is still upset with me.
Okay, you kind of see Magnus like thrashing a little bit there, trying to get a grip, as it were, as you kind of manage to navigate past and start to dip down below. So you are not restrained.
Who's carrying my bottle?
It's in
I
the
think-
bag of one of the people, right?
I think Simon was the one who.
All right, that's cool.
Okay. All right. So how far are you moving down there? So I would say, yeah, that's fine. How far do you want to move in, David?
Oh, I'd like to get right. Wait. Well, I'm not restrained, so
No. So you got it'll be 10-foot squares, but you can only move at half speed as well. So I guess however that factors in.
So 10 feet, 20 is as far as I can go, right?
Okay.
I can only move 15 because my speed is 30.
Yeah.
Half of it is that, and each square is 10 feet. I can't go past one square. So
I think we
this
could
is all.
we could probably keep up with the half squares. I don't think it'll be too complicated.
I'm gonna maintain this position until I'm sure that my other companions are within my aura. That'll be it.
Okay. Did you wanted to stay, or do you?
I will. Yeah, I will wait for the rest.
Okay.
If I have an action, I'll ready it to dash. Remember in the previous adventure, something like that.
Okay. So we're not technically in combat, so I guess we can't really do readied actions. But you can dash if you wanted to move forward. But you said you wanted to wait, so
I don't want to leave anyone outside of the aura.
okay.
So-
So Magnus will definitely benefit from you being closer as a Lathe.
Alright. Strength saving throw?
Yep.
Get this. Not good enough.
You do have the +3, so 11 is enough.
Right. Then I'm going to dash, so it'll give me 3 squares, right?
Yeah.
Half speed in the thing, right? Or
Right, but they're not 5-foot squares, so I think that's what's holding you back there. So I think you'd be the same pace with David, right?
and since each square is 10 feet, and since each square is 10 feet, I need to adjust the aura size then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to, we can. Yeah, I know it sucks working with 10-foot squares, but it was kind of they only kind of made the most sense for this, but we're not in combat at least. Whew.
So I chose to dash. Wouldn't that give me just my normal movement, which is 35 feet? Like
So-
it would go to 70 back to half is 35.
Okay.
Am I wrong or?
No, that makes sense to me.
All right. And then T1 will do the same thing. Attempt to dash if he's not restrained. Make sure I don't have anything strength. I don't. So Tijuana will also move 60 feet with his dash. Sorry, he can move 80 feet, so 4 squares. So be here.
Nice.
Then that'll be our turn.
All right, and then as we go back to Magnus, I think I may have made a mistake, and that's my apologies. But your strength save earlier was an 11.
Correct.
Okay, then you would have passed. My bad.
Okay.
I must
Then
have
I'll
just,
just
I
be
must
down.
have looked at the
I'll just be
number.
down to 30.
Okay, and then now it's your turn again, though, so you can.
Simon got skipped.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I jumped to pass too far. I was trying to catch my
Fine.
mistake. Oh, you can still be
So-
moved down there, though, of course.
So with 30 feet of speed, I can move down 15. If I dash 60. Is that what you're doing here?
Yeah, that seems to be the best route. I'm not really calling y'all too much on the 5 feet to jump in, really. It's just, yeah, I guess the whole RNG of this thing is kind of what could maybe make or break this encounter, if you want to call it that. But
Also, if Magnus wasn't stuck to begin with, I would have.
you would have gone
When-
forward one more. That's fine.
I'm having some connection issues. I can barely hear you all.
Okay, so doing that though would take you out of the strength save bonus for Simon. But Simon, if you can give us the strength save.
Yes, I will. Strength saving throw 20 and 30.
Damn. Okay, yeah, you're good. All right, so you move ahead. That's it.
Yeah, that's my full speed.
All right, and so. Okay, sure. David, go ahead.
An attempt to move forward will be made. May
Oh, you
stay
skipped.
within.
Oh, damn it! I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Magnus was
my bad.
skipped.
God,
Yeah,
I always
Magnus
end up doing this like once a game.
I'm just moving down 30 as well. So, and I'm done.
Okay. So we are getting close enough to reveal the rest. But I think I'll give it one more little bit forward. Go ahead, David.
Moving forward then. Sure.
So we're only on our second round. I don't think anybody had. Yeah, I think everyone's fine. It's a minimum of 30 seconds, so yeah. Pretty sure y'all got way more than that of breath to hold. But I guess what's the lowest con we have out of the group? Anybody think they might have the lowest con? 14? 14? Okay, so that's like 3 minutes at minimum of time you could hold your breath. So I think unless tragedy strikes, we'll probably be okay on that. But all right. So David, is that your full movement for now?
Yeah.
And then if you'll make that strength save, and yeah, Magnus, you made yours already. Thank you.
I'll make another. Or
Yeah, at the start of your turn, you should make one.
at the start of my turn, I should
So,
make
sorry, I
one.
was catching up there. That's my fault.
I'm wondering. Wait, aren't we missing somebody?
Yeah, but he is in the bottle.
Right, because safety.
You gotta
There you
rub him the right way. Okay,
I was too zoomed in on the map, and I thought we were missing a person. Never mind, they're in the bottle.
I know, it's beautiful craftsmanship I did here. Okay, so all good from all good from David and
Yeah.
Elaith.
Just don't break the bottle or lose it.
And you don't have to worry about moving through each other or anything like that right now. As you you could. We're not in a 2D dimensional world as it seems, but yeah, Elaith, you are gripped. You feel like it's not like something's physically grabbing you, but you're just struggling enough to make it through the sludge that you're stuck there for a minute.
That gives me a 10 with the Ozara, though.
Yeah, still that's under.
Still missed 3. Goals.
Ah, shoot.
Tijuana stuck too. All right.
Tijuana looks back at Elaith and says, I won't leave without you. All right. All those 3 minutes are ticking. Simon.
Yep. So dash for 3 tiles down and a strength save.
So,
Wha-
yeah, okay.
Fail.
Okay, so you have to move back. Alrighty.
3 minutes is like 300 rounds.
I know, right? So it was.
Yeah.
We'll just see who. This is now. It's just a race. But all right, go ahead, Magnus.
Well, 30.
Yep. I moved down.
Okay, so as you start to move down, I'll stop you right there because you can see now that there's like an open shaft kind of right next to you. As you get close enough in the kind of gloomy darkness of this sludge, you can kind of see it swirling around. It reveals that below you there is some debris that is kind of built up. Not sure 100% what's up with that. It seems as if it would take a closer inspection. However, you do also see perhaps a way forward out of this goopy mess, but not quite immediately, as it just seems to go forward like so. But it's kind of like a little hatch, and you barely notice it, as there's just a little 2-inch gap kind of between the shaft and like a bit of a trap door there, and you can kind of pull it open with a bit of force and maybe make your way through there.
Can I pull it open and then continue down to look on the bottom to see if there's anything of interest?
So you used your action to dash?
This is just my first move, so...
oh yeah, because you moved like 10 feet right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can for sure. You don't really have. You could just. Yeah, you could use your object interaction to kind of pull open the hatch to see there, and then you could use your action to take a look at the debris if that's what you want to do.
Yes.
All right, let me see. You notice the wreckage seems to be from a pretty similar spiral staircase on the other side. These oilers must have just went crazy and really messed this place up, trying to prevent. Seems like they also, let's not get into too much detail, but this obviously they had some business going on in this pit, something. But anywho, you find a scroll case, and it seems to be like a special flask, and you can pop. Well, you may not want to pop it open now, but whenever you do decide to, there's a sheet of rolled aluminum, and on it is inscribed a scroll of catnap.
Nice. But I'll collect it up and then be done.
All right, and then we could sit here and roll strength saves all day, but I guess there's probably not much of a point. As why does it do that? I click reveal and it just hides. Reveal. It's up to you guys, I suppose, but I think with
it really is such a long time to drown that
I think with 300
we'll get it. Yeah,
right, so we can go ahead and move forward as you kind of would you took the time to go through the wreckage, which is kind of the main draw there. If you do take your time to do that, your guys' con is pretty exceptional, so it's even if you kind of struggle a bit here and there with some teamwork, you pull your way through the sludge. And all right, let me double check where we're going.
Once we find a window, we'll get a hose and we'll siphon this stuff out. Like a bilge pump.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you guys kind of have to do a little bit of climbing that short little distance. It'd be So yeah, I guess just a final, like this little puzzle of sorts here. Your last little challenge is, so you come to the top of this, finally getting that precious, precious air again over here, and you can see up above you there seems to be a trap door. However, you really don't have a way to it other than climbing or flying or something of that nature. It's about 50 feet to the trap door from in between where you guys are to there. It's covered in oil, so it's kind of a similar. Before you guys had used the rope and such, it's kind of similar to that again. What do you think your game plan on that would be?
And how far apart is this? Is it 5 feet apart? 10 feet apart?
So we can kind of just do this more theater than mine, but it's 50 feet in between you and the trap door. The walls around you are climbable, but they're very covered in that oil. No one really said that they retrieved like the stuff from earlier, so I would assume that would still be kind of back there, as y'all had tied off and went down and stuff like that.
Yeah. Can I have Tijuana fly up, carrying a rope, and then have us climb the rope instead? I mean, it's probably going to go oily too, but
yeah, I think we may be out of rope at this point. So
I mean, Simon still has his starting rope, which is 50 feet. Rope, hempen, 50 feet, which is the part of the starting traveler's pack.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pull too many threads, but I would say like let's see what we could do without the rope. It's not.
Fair. I will attempt to climb the walls.
Not much else we can do then.
Okay, so the only thing I would say, I know it's just like one of those random little things that I kind of just was like, yeah, but earlier it would have taken a bunch of rope to wrap around the statue, and he seemed pretty keen to do that, and nobody seemed to object, and I assumed that was kind of like a team, it would take more than one rope for sure to be wrapped around that guy from the outside. So then on the second time y'all wanted to use the rope, I was kind of like, okay, well, we didn't really clarify the first time, so I'll say yes on the rope. But yeah, that's what I was just saying. There's a lot of rope that's been used. But that being said,
So can Tijuana kind of fly below the person that's climbing up to stay to like try and catch them if they slip?
oh, for sure. And can you ride, or is that a later level?
I can ride Tijuana currently. However, if I do, he cannot fly. So
Okay. So essentially it's going to be you can only move half speed, but for what really matters is that every 20 feet we'll need an athletics check. And so I guess as you guys start to proceed, and yeah, you could have, if you guys go one at a time, then I mean, I guess I would just say that like Tijuana could help you from your falling. Everyone else, I mean, y'all have that feather falling stuff too anyway, so maybe there's not even any real danger.
Yeah. There's one person who already fell on their face today.
So I guess I know it's funny to have it just be blitzing through stuff, but there's not a whole point in wasting time on things that you kind of have an answer for. So in that sense, although you could, I guess there is a point still, because if you use your charm, it's gone, and that might matter for later, potentially. So, who do you want Tijuana to kind of look after?
I was gonna have him do whoever's climbing. So, I can go first if you want, and then you can go back down and kind of nudge the next person up or whatever.
Okay. I think I got a way I can do that then. All right. So, sure. Everybody give me an athletics check. We'll just do it like that real quick. This is for the first 20 feet. So, and if you're all going at the same time, then I'd assume is that for saves only for the aura, or is that for checks too?
It's for saves.
Okay.
Saves only.
I gotta play a paladin again. It's been a while. All right. So starting with Magna, or no, I'm sorry, with Simon. Yeah. Okay, so Simon, you start to climb, you get to that 20-foot mark, and you slip off the kind of grimy edges and begin to fall down to the pool below.
Out again!
Ah! And, of course, Tijuana's there to kind of help break the fall, so to speak, because kind of, I would say, similar to riding, like as soon as your weight gets thrown onto Tijuana, you start to plummet. But it will only be 8 damage split between the two of you, so it'd be 4 bludgeoning to you and 4 to Tijuana.
Sure.
And you can most certainly try again in just a moment. We'll kind of keep going through. Magnus, you're able to get to the first 20 feet, no problem. Elaith, you slip and plummet as well. And so you want to continue with Tijuana kind of breaking the fall?
No, at least I'll take all of it.
Okay, and so that'll be only... Oh, I'm so sorry earlier. It would only been 2 because it's halved, because you're not falling on a hard surface, you're falling onto this pool, so it's only half of the damage. So earlier, that would only been 2 to each of you. And then for now, you'll take 6.
Got it.
And then... David, you make it up just fine. A little bit of a struggle. You probably would kind of start to like slide and leave like little finger grease trails as you try to grip on as hard as you can. But you make it up. And then I guess, Milo, you're still in the bottle, eh?
I'm able to hear and everything going on outside and everything, and I'm probably getting jostled around in the bottle a little bit, so I don't know if you want me to take damage. It's up to you.
Nah, I think you kind of got to save on this one, as long as, as long as someone's willing to carry you and stuff. All right, so let's go into round 2. If everyone wants to roll again. And then...
I'm going to use my inspiration.
There we go. Tired of falling down.
I didn't need it, Magnus, but still.
Oh, come on.
So I'm kind of just keeping a little tracker for y'all. Tijuana's good, of course. Milo's gonna be good. I'll stick you over here if we're good. Alrighty. So, sorry about that. Let's check again. So, Simon, yes, you make it up. No problem this time around. Looks like for Elaith, once again, you will slip and fall.
Sure.
You'll take half of 5, so just 2. And so 2 bludgeoning as you slip back into the inky pool there. Let's see, Magnus is good. You're kind of taking the lead now, as it were. You're almost to the top. One more success and you'll make it. Looks like David, you might as well have made it. But you're there neck and neck with Magnus, flexing. Gonna see who makes it first. As without further ado, let's go on to the next one.
He's more concerned with everyone making it. He's not really one to race.
Very in character. And then who had used the was it Magnus who had used inspiration?
Yeah, I used inspiration on the 20 and 15 one earlier.
Okay. Just make sure. I try to keep track. Magnus, you make it to the top. Looks like Elaith, you make it from the bottom. And David, you make it to the top. I think just missing from Simon.
My apologies. I'm making an athletics checks. Let's go. There we go.
All right, so you make it further up, and then Elaith. All right, so Elaith and Simon, as you continue, the risks are high now. You definitely don't want to fall.
Right, I'm supposed to roll athletics or a strength save. I mean,
It's
it's the same
athletics.
it's the same. So
Yeah, if it's the same, then it doesn't matter, I guess. But athletics.
Do the same for me.
14 missed last time, so I assume this time as well.
Okay, so I should have been meaner. Y'all should be rolling at disadvantage too with the grime, but we haven't been, so I'm not really worried about it. But I'm sorry, Elaith, you will fall, and Simon with the 14, you as well will fall. So yeah, we'll just see how. It's down to you two. You both fall back down in. I'll just roll once for both of y'all. You'll both take 4 bludgeoning.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll kind of restart it from you two, as you gotta kind of try again.
Can I tell him to tread water for a bit as I pull out 5 nets out of my quiver alone and I start tying them together?
I mean, once again with the ropes, right?
Well, these are nets. They're not ropes. They're actual nets. They're weapons.
So I'll give him one more shot at it while you start that, and then of course it's going to consume your net, so you'll just have to buy some new ones after the module or whatever.
There we go. Simon is fed up with this.
Tie them.
All right. Oh, my bad. So Elaith, no, you would not make it. So you'll take 5, Elaith, and this time you'll get up to the next level. Yeah, it's not to stifle, and I really don't feel like it is too much because it's simply ropes. And I understand you want to try to like logically think of ways to kind of circumvent problems and stuff, but as a DM too, I do want to kind of give you problems to overcome, more challenging than just being like throwing ropes at it, because that's not the most fun necessarily.
I mean, I fall back down. Cool. We can be stuck here like this for a while.
I have to roll above a 12 or sorry, above a 13 3 times in a row at disadvantage. So let me know when I draw.
Right. I was gonna allow the nets to go, but I would just say to make it a little more fair.
Because they're actually my weapons. I wouldn't know.
I don't think they really cost much though, honestly. So it's just the cost for this one-time use, basically.
I'll buy you some new nets.
Well, it's not the cost. It's I use them to fight with. So and we haven't fought yet.
Yeah, I don't know. There's got to be a cost there somewhere. So I guess I'd kind of stick on that. Otherwise, there's just got to be a lucky enough succession of rolls. Unless anybody's got like a fire giant potion they want to throw down or something like that to give them a strength boost, enhance ability, anything like that.
Well, the most that I can do is offer myself as a boost for somebody.
Yeah.
That's the most I'll be able to provide. Like, throw you upwards. If you'll allow it,
Okay. So first, real quick, I know there's another 4 damage from that last fall or whatever, and then I mean whatever you want to. I'd be interested to see if the full plan for that, but I mean I'm game.
Or stack each other on each other's shoulders.
No, I'd rather you stay up there.
I think like at this point, if you want to lower a rope or something, we don't have to beat a dead horse. So I'm not gonna. So let's keep going with advantage. So Elaith and Simon, if you want to try again with advantage. And sure, I'm not gonna. I think you see where I'm coming from at least, but I'm not gonna sit here and argue over some nets or anything. So you can keep your stinking nets.
Fail. 1.
So
2. And a 3. Okay, so I take fall damage once.
What's the DC?
it is 15.
15.
So
Yeah.
let's see. So Simon climbs up once, and then he falls, and then he climbs up again and falls, and then he climbs up, and then he climbs up, and then he climbs up. So you'll take damage for 2, and then on Elaith's side, you make it once, and then you make it twice, and then you fall.
Fall.
So here, real quick though, let's go. This is the first fall for both of you, so you'll both take 3, and then the second fall, this is just for Simon right now. He'll take another 3, and then so Elaith, if you want to continue.
So starting back from scratch.
Okay, so make it 1. Make it 2. Through a different lens, this would be like comical as you just keep splooshing and falling in and stuff. And your friend's looking up from above thinking, what in the world? But you do make it. And hey, you know, in a realistic adventure and things, there's going to be problems and struggles and stuff. And sometimes you're going to slip and fall in the mud a couple times. But in the end, you guys make it. And can't say this is a totally combat heavy module, so I'm sure this is where it's trying to give you a few bruises. But let's carry on, as I think my roll 20 is glitching though. 1 second, might need to reload. Takes you back to those rotating doors, eh, Simon?
That was someone else, right? But yes, I was there. I witnessed all of it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'll never forget the paladin and the deck saves. Oh. Okay, so let's finally get on to a bigger and slightly different chamber here. As so you guys all make it up to the top here, kind of clinging on around this trapdoor. Who would be the first one to enter?
David is willing to be the first to enter.
I will come out of the bottle now.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're all kind of clinging up here to the top. You know, you can kind of shuffle around and, of course, like drink a potion or whatever you might need to do to kind of prepare yourself this last second. I'd say at least one hand is being taken up as you're kind of holding on to these, like, just like twisted metal from this destroyed spiral staircase kind of there at the top. We do have that initiative out, so I'm sure it's not too much of a surprise as David, you crack open that trap door and you see the cause of all this sludge building up as you come out into this big open chamber. Looking over here onto our good friend Bender, you'll see that you're about good ways into the torso now. Move our little spiritual weapon. There you are, in the belly of the beast, if you will. Everyone can roll into initiative as David. I'm gonna drag you all down here to the bottom left, and then David, you bust open this trap door and come out, or on, I guess, and you see face to face, eye to ugly little squinty eye, just this boggle and a black little inky being, and he looked like he was about to throw that trap door open and do something to throw some sludge down there. These guys have clearly been gathered around this trap door, just throwing sludge into it over and over and over. Now, I don't want to get too graphic, but you can let your imagination go wild as they just each come up to the hole and take turns. And yeah, as you come busting open, you surprise him, he surprises you, you both look shocked, as of course they don't look too friendly either. I'll give you a better description.
And now each square here is 5 feet, right? Okay, 5 feet,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Each square?
Yep,
Here?
so we are now in 5 foot squares. Thank you. Just make sure I got my... Okay, so everyone else will just
You were
have to take
given
5 feet to pull themselves into the room. So for now, right now, it's just David. You're the only one kind of here at the top of this, or outside the trapdoor-ish.
We were given inspiration at the start of the session. Did I hear that right or no?
A little ways in, yeah, but for that riveting prayer chant you gave, you most definitely received inspiration.
May I? Or is it allowed to be used for rerolls or no?
Yeah, I like to do either or, and I haven't really said anything about anybody's roles yet or anything, so.
Okay. I'll use it on initiative. Oh, thank God. Okay.
All right. In the case of as if it is true that if you don't use it, you lose it, it is true. So yeah, if you don't use that inspiration, you lose it. So might as well use it. Good roll there, and that's pretty funny. Now that you're top of the order, just kick the door open, face to face with this nasty little. Nah, I don't want to give any description of what they've been doing, but feel free to take them on.
No problem. Well, first and foremost, what's in here? What is that?
Great question. You do see that you're in this kind of like 50-foot radius chamber. The ceiling's about 30 feet above you, and supporting that ceiling are these metal pillars kind of in the center of the room. They kind of encase this spherical metal cage. The metal cage is actually hovering about a foot off the floor and extends upwards all the way to the ceiling. There is a little metal door in it, kind of facing your direction, a little more towards the south end. But of course, there's a few beings in between you and that. But you can see how up at the top of the cage, there seems to be another little trap door there.
Okay. I will start moving forward. If I go here, does anything happen?
No.
If I go here, if none, I'll keep going. I'll let this guy hit me over this one.
Okay.
He's more than welcome to try.
Yeah, that's probably all it will be. It's just a try. Oh my god, I got a crit. Wow. Holy crap.
No, you don't. Adamantine armor.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe at least hits though. Holy crap. I'm still impressed. So yeah, he'll try. It's pretty measly little slap as he'll do 2 bludgeoning to you.
Sure.
Leaves a little grime on your nice shiny armor.
It's okay. He works he used to work at a farm, so he knows what it's like to be around animals and be buried by them. He doesn't mind it. It's okay. He's used to it.
Throne.
No, he knows how to get his hands dirty, like a farm hand, like that kind of stuff. Anyway, he takes out his holy symbol of helm and presents it. He's not gonna. He thinks that these are probably gonna work. Probably, hopefully. I don't want to assume anything. Let's try this one.
Let's see. Let's check some. I think it might be all of them, eh?
It only works on phase and fiend. It only works on phase and fiends.
Gotcha.
I don't know if these guys are Fey, but we're in the Feywild, so.
Yeah. Even without me saying that they're boggles, I feel like the descriptive thus far pretty much indicated they were boggles. Anyway, so I was pretty sure y'all learned. Yeah. This ain't y'all's first rodeo, I know that. So, for sure, you got a feeling, of course, and you're in the Feywild. So you put faith into your holy object there, and you utter those ancient words. It's so painful.
Yeah.
I love that description. But yeah, for sure. What is that? I think 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 wisdom saves coming up.
Are we still using 10-foot squares?
No.
Okay, cool.
It is 30. These uttering a prayer. You are not a being who is pleased with wickedness with you evil people. You destroy those who tell lies. But person and deceitful you detest. And then I say that and present the holy symbol and I attempt to turn the faithless.
Okay.
The DC is just 15 though.
Alright, so for 15 we have a I'll just give him a little red mark. He will fail. 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 He will pass. Fail. And to fail. And then the other's fast. Okay, so what is that? Half? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Yeah, exactly half. Pretty good.
David will tell the party, ignore those who have been turned. The rest, you're more than welcome. He will get out of the way so that if people have area of effects, you're more than welcome to do so. We'll go here, still within the vicinity of this one, and we'll take out a. I believe a site is not required for this, which is great. Which I love. Will I be allowed to do this, knowing that my companions are there? Right?
So I think you did the action already, though, right?
The action was turn the faithless, but I'm using a necklace of prayer beads, and I have 1 bead of bless, which is a bonus action.
Okay, gotcha. Then yeah, sounds good to me.
Bonus action casting rolls? Question. Wait, no, that's not a spell. That's a channel divinity. You're good.
It's just a channel divinity. Yeah, I didn't do anything yet.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
Then bless.
Awesome.
Sure. Myself. Let's include Magnus, because I saw the nets, right?
Yes.
And did I see what Elaith's weapon was?
Here's a longbow.
A longbow will be given. The bless will be given to you. And that's 3 of us. 3 of us with the bless for my prayer beads, and that is my bonus action, and that's my action, and I will end my turn.
Okay, very good. Making a major difference right off the bat. So Magnus, you're up.
All right, I will move up the ladder here, and then I'll move here. Do things that are frightened, or do they get attack of opportunity if he's turned? I'm not sure.
They don't.
No, they.
All right, then I'll bonus.
No reactions.
All right, I'll bonus action toss a net on that one with a quick toss.
Onto this one?
So
No, the one next to David.
Okay, gotcha.
do you have sharpshooter?
I do.
Okay, nice.
13 plus is a bless. 16 to hit.
Okay, yeah. You as you cast your net out, you feel it kind of snag on your hand, and you like almost start to curse yourself, as you know, like your experience has taught you that that's going to be like a bad cast, and yet as it kind of leaves your hand, you find yourself to be wrong, as it seems to fly true, and that blessing really kind of corrected it, and boom, snags this guy.
I love bless. And then as my standard action, I'll throw a dart at the closest one. For 17 hit.
Damn, that's like the strongest dart with the sharpshooter. I think that's the strongest I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, it definitely hits for 16. Nearly killing this dude, but not quite.
Alright, then I'll shoot at him again and finish him off.
Oh, and you do. He's done.
And then I'll move up to here and be done.
Alrighty. Okay, so.
Oh no, this one is netted. I shot at this one.
Oh, my bad. That was my confusion.
Just in case there's area of effects that would, yeah.
Okay, so this guy would have died from the first shot. So your second shot could go towards a different one.
Yeah, it'll go against that one.
Okay, and these were like the 2 weaker ones of the bunch, I'll admit, and so they both die from those blows.
Okay, perfect.
So I'll speak more on it later, but yeah, there's some things about the encounters set up on this that were a little weird to me, but I'll speak more on it in a minute.
Okay.
But anywho, so this guy will run his distance and go inside the door. And that's his distance he can do. Oh, actually, he can do a bonus action. So as he runs off, he totally just squirts himself, or however you want to think about it, I suppose. It's less than pleasant anyway that you want to look at it, but he just... And you see where all that... Oh, I'm...
I appreciate the sound effect.
This,
I wish I could give you inspiration for that.
yeah. And then he runs over here, and he flips a little lever on the inside, and that's it.
Can he do all that while being turned?
Yeah, because he did not use an action. He can only use his action to dash, and he has to move as far away as he possibly can, which he did. He can use his bonus action, I think. So unless I'm wrong there, he used his bonus to shart himself, and then he did run as far away as he possibly could, and then he didn't use an action. Only used his like free thing of like he just flipped a lever or whatever. So he didn't actually. That's not an action necessarily.
It does say spend its turns moving away from me.
He did.
Not just the whole turn, including that.
I believe the wording is ambiguous enough for the DM to make the call.
Then go ahead, DM, and make that call.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I understand there. I know it's kind of me, kind of twisting the words slightly, but because it says
his
it
fourth
can.
action. It can only dash.
So
Or try to
I just didn't use an action at all. I guess he can still use his action to dash, and he'll just run to the other side of the cage. But I guess the deciding factor there would be free action. So I don't.
Either way.
Yeah, let me do a search. I don't think that's worth it. That's worth searching.
No, don't worry about it. I do kind of want to see what happens, so...
Usually, effects that block bonus actions specify the creature cannot take actions, and this one just says it must spend its turn moving away as far as possible, which it did.
And for its action, it can only use...
Yes, for its main action, and bonus actions are sometimes separate from those. They're like independent completely.
But it says if there's... Yeah, bonus is different, but it's standard and it's
so I think since
dodge.
I think since what he did was not aggressive in any way, then it's okay, because he just used a free interaction and he used a bonus action. Okay, so the other guys though, they're all gonna just totally. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the less offensive word to use, but yeah, they're just all over the place.
Yeet away. Yeet away. Yeet away.
Splat, and I'll move them much further than that in just a moment.
Like the octopus, they cast their ink clouds onto the ground.
Yeah.
This
like
one
octopus.
just totally all over himself. Ugh. It's obscene. So we'll have these guys come in. I'm gonna have him like do that there. And he will not be able to do much else, but he will totally run up here and do it as well. Oh, actually, what I should do is this. My bad. Yeah, he'll come this way. Totally leaving a little trail as he goes, of course. And then these other fellows. So that's fine. Let me check there. Okay. Alrighty, so that pretty much wraps it up. We do have Oh, actually, you know what? He might as well use his action to dash. He will run into the room, and he will flip one of the switches as well. And then, of course, something will happen there. So he was... Yeah, that should be fine. Is a dash? No, a dash is the action. Right. Okay. Sorry, just making sure. All right, so we only have 3 that are within attacking range. So this guy was turned, so let me move him away. So 2 are only within attacking range. 1, 2. I think that invites opportunity attacks, right?
It does, but I'm not taking it.
I won't.
Okay, so he's turned, runs away, leaves a little trail behind him, probably from fear. On the other side of it, we do have a couple measly little attacks we'll make. One's coming towards David, one towards Magnus. David, an 8 will not hit you. Magnus, an 18 will hit you. So you'll take... Ah, damn it. So an attack has to do at least 1 damage, or it can do none.
There is a possibility of an attack dealing 0.
Okay, then that's it. I just want to clarify. I'm not sure if I've came across that yet, but yeah, it does 0 to you, Magnus.
For example, characters with -1 strength will deal 0 with their unarmed attacks.
All right. Okay, so on the other side of things, this little creature runs in. 2 of them have made it in, which is kind of what was required for that. They come in and they use their interactions to throw these levers on this little pillar within the cage. And as it does, the room starts to rotate. The trapdoor begins to rotate away from the shaft, blocking the entrance to the room. Characters who are still in the shaft, which is pretty much half of you, give or take, can make a dexterity save to either duck back into the shaft or run into the room. But you only have like 1 chance to make that decision. So I guess really...
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Using inspiration to give myself advantage, I want to jump inside.
Okay.
So, 13. And if the paladin's aura is still available, then...
Yep. Looks
then
like
16.
Elaith and Simon, you kind of get that sense of like, oh, we gotta go, and boom, you jump through.
Milo's going to use inspiration too before I roll. So
you got Simon, Elaith, Milo's rolling.
Elaith's going to give his inspiration to Tijuana.
Nice use of inspiration, Milo. And then Reese is using his inspiration. Simon just used his, so all inspiration gone. Good job, y'all. Y'all use them. Nice. It looks like everyone's successful on jumping in the room, so you don't get left behind. That doesn't take away from turn order or reaction or anything like that. That was just kind of a quick thing you could do. Either in or you're out. You guys are in. Looks like... as the room starts to pick up speed, you get the sense that it'll start to push you back even a little. It's gonna, like, you know, you can start to feel that gravity kind of tug, but for now you're okay on that. Although with the speed and the oil that's been deposited, it basically makes the whole room difficult terrain now, so keep that in mind. Also, any hair you have exposed or your kind of sixth sense of feeling kind of starts to go off as you can get a sense that the cage there is starting to become charged with an electrical energy as this thing picks up movement and kind of starts to crackle behind you there. The 2 little guys in there just kind of like, well, one of them's probably squirting himself at the edge of the cage, but the other one kind of points at y'all and's like, with that, Simon, what would you like to do?
Alright, so Simon jumps in action movie style with one hand supporting himself to get over the trapdoor and the other holding his hand crossbow aimed at the first enemy he sees. So he's gonna take a shot at him. Normal shot is gonna be a hand crossbow shot with sharpshooter on, so probably will miss. 11 to hit.
And it does miss. You kick up some of that goopy slime there as Yeah, it's hard to focus on your aim as the rotation picks up.
And with the missed shot, he will now roll to the side
Shot.
and make another quick shot. Still with sharpshooter on. Getting an 8, missing again. Okay, this is not working out. Another roll to the side. Bonus action attack without sharpshooter.
All right.
Yeah,
Nice. Okay, so this was for the guy right next to Magnus, right?
Yes.
Okay, you hit him. Okay, you know how shooting is. You got to adjust on the fly, and you do, and then you nail him. This
For
seems like
8 piercing.
a beefy boy compared to the others that died, but yeah, he definitely feels that. Kind of rears out, kind of shoots that ink kind of all over as if it were blood.
And I use my item interaction to draw a rapier, and I'm gonna end my turn.
Okay, Milo, you find yourself on the right side of the door.
I think Elaith goes before I do. She's got a 7.
Oh, weird. I wonder how that happened.
It's because Comcast can't keep my internet on. It's off again. I'm on my phone right now. I can't see shit. So I'm going to tell you what I want to do. You tell me if I can do it or not.
Okay, sure.
I'm going to get on Tijuana, hold my action.
Okay.
Tijuana's going to dash. He has 40 feet of movement. So dash will give me 80 feet. Should be able to get me to the cage. And then my held action will be to flip one of the levers back.
So do you would difficult terrain slow Tijuana?
It would, but
So
Tijuana has 40 feet of movement.
5,
So
15, 20, 25.
so with the dash, he should be able to get there, right?
Yes. Okay. So you would get to the door.
Well, I'm getting on Tijuana.
Yep.
Tijuana's taking me to the cage, and I'm flipping one of the levers back, so it starts slowing down.
Okay, I got you there. And one second.
And whenever Comcast decides I get to have internet again, I'll let you know.
All right, no worries. Let me just double check here what you can do. Okay. So as you approach, you could see how these creatures were able to just like ooze their way through the bars and such. Like they didn't have to open or close anything. And this thing is most certainly locked. So you get there to it, and you can see that it is indeed locked. Yeah, you know how that goes.
So the levers are out of reach,
For now.
right? So Elaith has Magic Initiate, Wizard. I have Mage Hand. Can I try to flip it with the Mage Hand? Well, my next turn, I guess.
You know, I was kind of knocking this mod a little bit in my mind slightly, but honestly, they did kind of seem to think of a lot of stuff like that, and I'll give them props on that, where you cannot do that because it seems as if the lever's way too much.
All right. I guess I'm done then.
Okay, but you're definitely in a great position, especially with all the hullabaloo going on around you. And now Milo.
I'm gonna do Scorching Ray at the one next to Magnus.
Okay, so I don't know if I think you'd have disadvantage, right? Though one of them's within 5 feet of you.
Yeah, unless you have crossbow expert feat.
Although he is restrained in a net, so I don't know if that changes anything either. So.
I mean, I think the enemy has to be incapacitated for the disadvantage to not kick in. Which is not quite the same.
Where's the one with the net?
The guy right above you. He's kind of covered in his own mess. He made a mess of himself. So if I'm correct, he can take an opportunity, but it would be a disadvantage.
With disadvantage, yes.
Yeah. So he will, and he'll get... Oh, man, I rolled a second crit, but I won't get to use it. He'll only have an 11 to hit you, which I imagine does... Or, wait, a 12.
11 misses.
Sorry, a 12, I think. But, yeah, still misses.
Now shoot the guy next to me.
Okay. Trying to follow up where Simon... and looks like... Yep, go ahead. You can roll. Boom! One laser streaks out, strikes true. Boom! And another. All three do. Looks like the. Nope, it'll take all three to take them out, but they do. If you want to give us any sort of description there.
I blew his head. I aimed for the head, blew his head straight off his shoulders.
Actually, I'm sorry. So you'll learn something, I guess, as you feel like you did enough damage that would most certainly kill any foe. And yet, as the fire kind of dissipates, you can see he must not be totally susceptible to that type of damage, as he still stands. But he's very hurt.
All right. I'm good. That's me.
Okay, David. You got one kind of tied up in a net in front of you. One's pretty hurt, not too far behind you, and all the others are scared. One's hiding in the cage as well.
Our job is to pull the lever, and where exactly are they?
You saw them kind of disappear into that cage there and do it. Yeah, they pulled the lever in there.
Can I see into the cage?
Yeah, for sure. And I guess you would have definitely noticed the lathe like get to it and kind of like maybe pull on the door and realize it's locked and be like, like a curse there, you know.
Sorry, someone was saying something.
Oh yeah, sorry. You would have noticed that the door was locked.
Does it bar against teleportation?
That is always a welcome thing to try. 30 feet.
Like right here.
Okay, so you'll
easy.
bonus action Misty Step. You appear inside.
But I want to let my companions have a chance to get inside it. Does it look like the door is openable from this side?
Let me see. It looks like it would still be locked from. Yeah, you'd have to figure out how to unlock it still.
How about I just smash it open?
You can most definitely do that.
Okay. Then, so I want to make sure my companions manage to get in, you know?
Sure.
So let's just prevent them from locking it by breaking it, you know?
Definitely makes sense to me.
I don't know if it's I don't know how effective this would be, but I'm gonna try to smash it open with them all. I do not know how sturdy it is, so let's not use Great Weapon Master just yet. Smack.
There are rules for objects, AC, and health points if that's what you're looking for, Tali.
No, it includes it here, thankfully. But
okay, cool.
Yeah. So there was one detail I glanced over that will include a lathe in a moment. I'm gonna get back to that. That was my fault. But real quick with David, so there is a trap of sorts going on here. So this will happen to a lathe possibly too in a moment. But when you first appear inside the cage, instantly it reacts and all these arcs of electricity just shoot towards you. I'm assuming you're wearing metal armor, right?
Of course. Adamantine is metal.
Right, and so you'll need to make a dexterity saving throw to avoid the lightning.
Sure. No.
Okay, so you'll take the full.
Sure.
And I'll just roll it on here for simplicity. 30.
Yikes! That's a lightning ball.
You'll take 30 electric lightning damage. Sorry.
Sure.
And
concentration. Bless is okay.
Okay, and then after that, you want to strike at the door, correct?
I mean,
and then
yes.
You auto crit, of course, too. There.
I'll roll. I'm missing 2 more d6s from there.
Okay.
It's an object, so I cannot smite, unfortunately. But that is a 19 total.
19 bludgeoning.
Yeah.
Okay, so the lock cracks. If it could be bloodied, it about would be. but it holds true after that first blow. But as your weapon connects with it, the electricity just shoots through your body, and I will need another dexterity saving throw.
Sure. No.
As you'll take 29 more.
Yikes.
Bless is still okay.
And I believe that would be it? Or would
I'm not done. No. I only attacked once so far.
But that's it for the electric there, so.
I'm gonna attack again. Attack again.
Alright.
And so that the door becomes open for the people to use.
Okay, it's going to be an auto crit again, I believe, right? And then
yeah.
You'll do the con save. This time you pass, so you'll take half of...
No. I need to roll a dex save for the lightning. The concentration,
I'm so sorry.
the con for
My
bless.
bad. That was my fault.
I'll roll two more d6s because it is a crit.
Okay.
So 25 damage.
Yeah. I'll roll another dex save against the second strike.
So you
15
had,
question mark.
You had 19 on the first and then 25 on the second for damage, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Total
it's
37. I don't know, 34? No, 44. God damn, I forgot how to do math now.
Looks like this thing is barely hanging on by a hinge now after those two blows. You will... what was it? Is it a 15?
It's a 15 for the dexterity saving
Okay,
throw.
so you'll just take 15 lightning as you'll succeed.
I will use a reaction on that last one.
Okay.
Stone's endurance.
Who had the
Nice.
lightning resistance potion again?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Sorry,
the
what?
lock is nearly destroyed. You don't take any of that last 15. That's awesome. And what else?
I haven't used my movement yet, but I'm trapped in here, so I'm good.
Okay, and then Simon, did you have something real quick before we move to Magnus?
Hmm?
I was asking who had the lightning resistance potion again?
Probably
I think,
Elaith,
yeah, Elaith, it sounded like.
because Elaith was talking about using it earlier, but did not. So I assume it's to them.
Yeah, that's when the module wanted us to use it.
Mm.
Alrighty. With that, if nothing else, we'll go to Magnus.
Alright, 5, 10, 15. This bug will get a attack of opportunity against me.
I'm trying to think.
Hey.
I think he already did a reaction.
No, it was this guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would be a 17, which would miss.
Just misses. And then I will quick toss
Oh,
dart
you know what?
at...
I'm so sorry. It would have been an 8. It would be a 19. I did it wrong.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
that hit.
It's he does have a minus, but it wasn't there. 5 bludgeoning to you. That's it.
And then I will do a sharpshooter dart at the lock. $17 to hit.
That is to this fellow here.
Nope, to the lock that David's been
Oh, to
slashing.
the lock. I'm sorry. So you aren't able to hit the lock with that. You try your best, but it's a tiny lock.
I have the AC's higher because I have sharpshooter, so it ignores cover.
So it was 17 to hit will miss.
All right, throw another one at it.
That'll hit. And the lock shatters. Oh, and then my bad. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep it rolling and keep up at the same time. So 2 things real quick. What kind of armor do you have on Magnus?
I have studded leather, so leather armor.
Those studs will get you though. As you come in close enough, one of this jolt of
They're bone studs for druids.
what?
I mean, the druid goes studded leather. I made it with fishes.
What?
Is it? Hold on. Are we joking? Or are we for serious? Cause
I am joking, but I don't know if studded leather is considered as metal for armor reasons.
I think it is. The description says the studs are metal.
Yeah. So in that Elaith, what armor do you have? I'm sorry, I meant to come back to you on that.
Psh, I don't remember.
Serpent scale.
Yeah, but leather armor is made with metal glass and metal things. It's
It's weird. Like I don't remember what Adventures League says about it, but the druids can't wear metal armor isn't a real rule apparently. It's like a flavor restriction.
I'm not a druid. I was just making a joke because
Yeah.
druids could wear sort of leather.
So, Elaith, if you're there, real quick, what armor do you have?
I'm sorry. I'm wearing serpent scale mail. So,
Okay, so that
probably
would-
metal.
Yeah, that would count too. So, real quick, this is just backtracking on you, and that's my fault. But if you
Serpent scale is it's druid friendly, so it's not metal in its description.
Suit of armor from Shimmering Scales.
Okay, cool. So then just Magnus then. Magnus, if you'll make that deck save for me, please. As you approach the cage. Looks like you will fail.
How far? I'm not next to the cage. I'm
Yeah, it's
Eh,
it seems to arc out the distance towards you, and you'll take the 25.
Does an 11 make it?
No, sir. Okay. Anything else for Magnus? You did totally bust open the cage. That's open.
I will action surge and throw 2 darts into this boggle.
Okay, nice. Both hit for a whopping amount of damage. He's definitely dead after the second one.
And I'm done.
All right, and so as you end your turn, I think someone had said it earlier, the centrifugal force starts to take hold. David wasn't impacted by this because he was in the cage, but you will be drugged back 10 feet. And I'll be nice and not throw you into the poop sludge. Okay. So, this guy just keeps on the good old running fight. Same for him. Probably leaving some more slime pools behind him, but this one's just pressing himself up against the cage like, "Wah!" He's expecting death at any minute. This guy will keep on going. Right there. This one over here, what would he have to do to break out of the net?
DC 10 strength check or attack it for 5 damage with a slashing weapon.
He's not looking good for either one of those. Oh shit. I guess he's okay. He'll do the save, and he will save. So he'll break out of the net.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's not like the biggest threat looming, but he crosses over to you, Milo. And
I think it takes an action to get.
It does take.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it does take his
Thanks.
action.
Okay. Thanks. I think he would have missed anyways, but that should be it for those guys. As Simon, you're up.
Alrighty. The area is still difficult terrain, correct?
That is
Question
true.
mark?
Yeah, now that it's... Yep.
Right. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. Gonna shoot at this guy who approached. With sharpshooter on, so... that's a 22 to hit.
It does.
For a total of 20 damage.
Oh, you
Right.
leave this guy in death's door.
Right, in that case, I'll shoot him again without sharpshooter. 26 to hit for 5.
All right, he's done for. We only have one
Nice.
one remaining that's not turned.
Yep, I will use my bonus action to shoot at him with sharpshooter. like, I guess sharpshooter is like going for the head, and normal shots are just center mass. At least that's how I translate it.
That's a good way to look at it.
And I'm gonna miss.
Okay. Trying to get
That's my
fancy.
turn.
All right, and then at the end of
Yeah.
your turn, you are pulled back towards the wall with that carnival ride force. All right, Elaith, you are...
I'm gonna
Pull the 2 levers to turn it off.
You could use the free interaction to do one. It's kind of stiff. You definitely pull it down, and then how would you do the other? You would use your action to do that?
Sure.
You use your action to shove it down, and it doesn't seem to work. That doesn't seem to be what would turn this off. It keeps on going.
We're done.
Now let me see real quick. Is the wording here? Yeah, because it. Oh, so you're exempt from the lightning anyway, so you're fine. Okay, so Milo. I guess I would, real quick, I'd give you something, Elaith there, and David too. You could see how you could climb up this. There's kind of like a pole, kind of would be underneath your token there, David, but you could climb up that pole to get to the next trap door or whatever. So it's like there's a way forward. Of course, there's still a matter at hand, but go ahead, Milo.
Oh, there's still one bog here that's not turned, right?
Yep.
Do Scorching Ray at 3rd level.
Alrighty. Alright, that 3rd one actually will be the one that takes them out. And for now, all danger has passed. I guess we can continue in order to see what's going to happen. So what you got in the rest of your turn, Milo?
I was gonna move.
That's 10.
I can only go 20 because my movement is 25, so I can go 2 squares.
Okay. That'll be it for now then. As David, I guess, first off, if you want to just give me the save, as the electricity will try to shoot towards you.
So it happens when I enter and when I start my turn in here, huh?
Yeah, it says as long as you're within a certain
I
distance,
get
it seems.
zapped. Then I get zapped for 8 pieces.
Okay, let's see. So 25.
I'll take 10 instead. Thank you.
Okay. And feel free to do whatever.
Less is okay. Less is okay. Less is okay.
Is it? Because the DC is 12.
Reduce the damage.
Ah, correct. Right.
Close.
It's 10.
Close.
How much should I put again? 10 instead. So we can climb this now, right? Seems like there's no point in pushing it off. We can just leave. Right?
It does seem like you would have. It's about 30 feet up from where you are now. You climb at like half your speed, of course, and all that. And then it appears that, like everything else in this damn place, it would
I'm
take.
not climbing it just yet. I'm looking to see how far it is from me.
I was just gonna
You
say
said 30
it's covered in some oil, so of course that makes things a little harder. But yeah,
What if I teleport up there instead?
that's. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I can't see it, right? I can.
Yeah, you can
Wait,
see the
teleport
top.
up
It's a
there.
trap door at the top, so you could get to the top at least and then open the door.
I would love to do that so that it will be easier for the rest of the party to get there.
All right, so you disappear in a silvery mist and teleport exactly to the top of this pole, and you can open the door into the next room. And I guess you still have movement and stuff left, right?
He does. But he's going to. Yeah, he hasn't burned it. Does it take an action to open it?
No, that'd just be your object interaction.
Okay. Then for his action, he's going to ready to pull people in the moment. He's gonna hold out his hand and ready to pull people in.
Okay, so
If
you're
I'll be
gonna
allowed to
jump in the
cast.
room, kind of protecting yourself too from the electricity, but then kind of looking down, extending a hand, ready to help. And just really quick on the other side, adult golden dragon. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, you see around you just a quick description as you're there. Go ahead and make me a survival check real quick.
No.
You don't really
I-
notice much in particular, extra, I guess, but you do see around you that you're in another large room that's kind of circular, a little bit smaller than the one you just came from. In the center, though, there is another metal cage, kind of similar to the one that you just came out of, and it's again surrounded by some pillars, but these ones are a little different, where they're kind of like 4 brass pillars. Inside that cage, you can see a spiral staircase leading up. This one is actually not destroyed for once. Periodically, you can see a flash of light coming from the room above that staircase. To the east and west, there are 2 metal doors with sets of gears next to them, and directly north of you is a massive gold statue. It's in the shape of a kneeling, bearded giant whose eyes are closed and mouth is twisted in anguish. Clutched to the chest of this giant, he holds a massive golden tome, and on either side of the statue are vats filled with greenish water. So, you're going to end your turn there?
That's a lot to pick up on a roll of 4. Are you sure you should have told me that much detail? But in any case, David's gonna hold out his hand. The moment someone is within his reach, he's going to pull them in.
Yeah, that was just the room description, so you definitely would see that as you come in. There was an extra little detail that you missed, but it's not that big of a deal.
He does. He cares little about it right now.
Yeah, that's totally understandable.
That'll be it.
Okay. All right, Magnus. There's a couple little problems in the way still, but pretty much done here.
Well, I'm stripping off my studded leather armor and putting it in my bag.
Okay, how long does it take to doff? Like a minute?
I
5
don't know,
minutes?
but I can't keep taking lightning bolts every turn. So
Unless it's a magical cast of armor, it will take more than 1 action.
Right, that's fine. But you're not in danger, so.
yeah, I'm just gonna take the time to take it off.
Okay, we'll look.
I mean, it takes 1 full minute to take it off.
Okay, and then
Then
Milo.
I'll be up against the wall, taking it off like at the Gravitron at the carnival.
So, how long do the guys turn? Is that for 1 minute?
Yes.
1 minute.
Okay, so that might. Yeah, I don't know if that'll factor in or anything, but it'll take you. It'll take you that minute, but by then all these guys won't be turned anymore. So up to you.
Yeah, I don't. Is anybody else wearing any armor that's gonna get them damaged by the area?
I mean, I'm heavy. I'm wearing a scale mail, which is medium armor, which takes even longer to take off.
Wait. So if we're out of combat, then
Not quite, because these guys are still here.
because the guys are still there. I see. Okay. And we didn't see a way to switch off the lighting, huh?
I mean, just from a DM perspective, there is a way, of course, but no, it seemed like the levers didn't do it.
All right. Well, I will not be getting near the lightning and start stripping off my armor. Go ahead and go past.
These guys aren't doing any. Well, I guess as long as David's up at the top and these guys are down here, they wouldn't really need to move any further away, so they'll just do nothing, basically.
Right.
And then Simon.
I sent the time it takes to done and off in the Discord. Also, if you have a friend that helps you, the time is halved. I just
Someone's
sent.
helping with the armor.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess if we really wanted, we could help each other out.
Oh, thank you.
And it would take 1 full minute for us both to take our armors off. So I guess.
Yeah, we do it to where we don't make it creepy.
Yeah. Magnus, quick!
surrounded by all this.
Magnus, quick! We must strip each other off.
Yeah, we'll start stripping.
Okay, so while this is going to take a minute, of course, and so while you're doing that,
It'll take half a minute because we're helping each other.
But two of us, so half a minute for you, half a minute for me.
so I'm gonna put you guys. Oh no, you already are together over here, of course. And then Simon, you'll be
Yeah.
blown back against the wall, so I'll just move you right here. That's fair
sure.
enough. And then yeah, so that takes a minute. While that's happening, let's go at Elaith real quick. What would you be doing?
Climbing and falling off the pole repeatedly.
Fair enough. Okay, so you could dash and make it up easily enough, or I guess Tijuana could do it with you.
Tijuana can fly. So, is it athletics again?
Yeah, so I guess Tijuana's good. And yeah, it'll be a dex. Sorry, I ended up jumping to the other spot. Dexterity save.
Right. Is it a disadvantage or anything, or normal roll?
Yeah, just a normal roll. Oh yeah, so you're fine. You make it to the top, and you join David up at the mouth of this next chamber. I'll just stick you up here real quick. Or was that right there? Tijuana flies in easy enough, no problems. Anything else from you for now? There doesn't seem to be any immediate danger in the next room. There was a description I gave of some things that you'll probably want to look into in a moment, but for now, I think that'd be all your movement. So, anything else from Elaith? Okay, assuming not. Milo, what you got? What would you be doing in that minute that it's going to take them to do that?
Well, just trying to head towards the cage and follow everybody because I've seen people disappear up a ladder or a pole or something, right?
That's right. So I think if you dash, you wouldn't make it all the way up, but on your next turn you would. And then
there's double movement right to there.
because right now you have difficult terrain as well, so it'd be 10, 20, 30.
Right.
Oh yeah, because
So that
okay, so you'll make it to the base then, and next time you'll be able to make it up.
right. Okay.
What kind of armor do you have on? Are you wearing metal, Milo? Milo.
Sorry, Comcast.
No, I am not. I'm usually I do mage armor every day.
Okay.
So close.
Sorry, Comcast kicked me off again, so I'm back on my phone. I'm looking for a lever to turn it off.
Okay. So you climbed up to the top and you made it into the next chamber. You can look around and then there doesn't seem to be any kind of like levers or anything like that in here.
Okay.
All right, and then so Milo, yeah, if you'll make me that dex save, Milo, to climb up.
Okay.
Ooh, and you will fall and take 3 bludgeoning. But you can try again. You can keep trying a couple times right now while because you're kind of got the spotlight. Ah, perfect. Okay, so you fall maybe on your rump and then you pull yourself up and climb up, no problem.
Ow.
Okay, so here's where it'll get interesting. Is our minute will pass. You guys take your armor off. These creatures lose their turn status, and I guess let's see who goes. Because we would go probably start with the
So we
Boggles.
weren't able to help each other?
Yeah, you were.
Then it reduces the time by half, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, 30 seconds plus 30 seconds is still 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
Right.
What if they were doing it at the same time?
How do you expect us to help each other and take our armor off at the same time?
Hey, no, that's me. Whoa, go ahead, get your hands out of there. So
Yeah.
Magnus, you were the first to act. You noticed definitely some kind of life returned back to these creatures. They're a good distance away from you, if that matters, except for this one who's now kind of guarding the pole, as it were. But you're still spinning wildly, so you'd have that difficult terrain around you too. So.
All right, so we're both out of the armor.
Yep.
Move to here. Throw 2 darts at this one. That'll miss. And that'll crit for a 20 damage.
And which one?
The one inside the cage.
Nice. Looks like 20 will dispose of him in that one blow. They're not the... Yeah, we know where the danger lie here. But not in the boggles. Alright. So you take as much movement as you can forward, throw your darts out, kill him, and anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Alright, so this is where it'll be kind of annoying, but you get moved back that 10 feet, which I guess if I'm... can't be nice forever. You would be pulled back towards the wall, which first would push you into this puddle. I'll need a dexterity save.
Oh, I close my character. Let me roll here.
You are good. You kind of feel your feet almost want to give way, but you're able to keep your footing, and you'll just come back to there. I think it's... Yeah, we'll just leave it right there. It's fine. Okay. And that's boggle time. So we'll be doing some dashing. We'll just put it right there. All right, Simon, you're up.
Are they not knocked to the side?
Oh, yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. Trying to move them on. Boop. They get pulled to the wall by 10 feet. All right.
Alright, so... Guess I'm gonna just keep shooting until they get close, so... This guy that's the closest to me, I will shoot with a trick shot, so... Getting a 21 to hit with 15 damage.
All right. That hurts him critically, but still slopping towards you.
Alright, second shot, normal, so 19 to hit with 8.
And he falls. One more down.
And bonus action shot against the one down there.
All right. Going down south.
Trick shot. 14?
14 narrowly hits him.
Nice. 16 damage.
All right. You bloody him.
And, I guess that's it for the time being. If they get close, that's when I would go crazy, but so far they haven't managed to do that.
All right. You guys are pretty much coming to the end of this one with some creative thinking. Elaith, would you have any range or anything you want to do from the top, or would you want to just wait?
If I can see him, we'll shoot him.
Yeah, you can look down, and I mean, it's 30 feet down, and then another 5, 10, 15, so like 50 feet away to the closest one, so that's not too far.
Yeah, I have a longbow. It's got a 150-foot short range.
You're kind of shooting through the bars here, but I'm not going to penalize you for that. You guys are seasoned adventurers. 23 and a 28 both hit, so 22 total to this guy, and he will die. Clearing the way for your friends, and that it?
That's it for me.
All right,
Do you
same.
want-
How do you get a plus 9 damage on a bow? Are you using plus 2 arrows as well?
Braces of archery, perhaps?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah,
Nice.
there's a link to my character in the table. You can look at it.
Okay. All right, Milo, you're same as Elaith there. You're at the top, but if you have anything ranged or anything you want to do, feel free. You can always kind of start to explore the next room, but I don't know if you want to wait for your friends on that one.
Well, is there a creature that we can shoot?
Yeah, the boggles they're not turned anymore because it took them that time to take the armor off. There are 3 boggles remaining. Or 2 boggles, sorry.
There are 2 boggles remaining.
Yeah, one's at the top left of the circle, and then one's at the bottom left of the circle. So they'd be...
That we can shoot down, or...
Yeah, the bottom one's about 70 feet from you, probably. The other one is about... only like 55 feet.
We'll shoot the closer one.
Okay.
Like this with the firebolt.
Alright, stick with that. Alright, nice. So it seems like the fire damage isn't quite as effective as it normally would be, but still does a good amount. Not quite bloodied, but he is hurt. Anything else for Milo?
No, that's it.
Alright, David up above. Anything from you up there?
Wait a minute. So, in the time, it took a minute for them to not be turned anymore. I
Right.
wouldn't have been holding out my hand for the next 60 seconds. I would have wanted to try healing myself
Okay, that's
because I took 4 lightning bolts to the face.
fair. Definitely, yeah. If you wanted to do something in that minute, feel free.
Let's just drink some potions or use lay on hands. Yeah, let's use some lay on hands first.
Okay.
For we'll heal self for 26.
Awesome. Okay.
Just to make my HP very nice. And 26. So, 60. And of course, drinking a couple of potions while waiting for the rest. Yeah.
Okay, and then is there any like ranged or anything you want to do, or any spells or anything on this turn?
His range options are barely existent. So instead, during that 1 minute, he will spend it investigating the room.
Okay, and I'll give you first dibs on that. We'll just kind of get everybody together real quick, as I don't think this will take very long. Magnus?
Alright, 5, 10, 15. Throw a dart down to the south one that got hit with the firebolt.
Okay.
A 19 to hit for 8.
I think the firebolt went to the one at the top, if that matters.
Whichever the firebolt hit is the one I'm hitting.
Right on. Okay, so the 8, he's bloodied now.
And then I'll sharpshooter him. I thought they had less hit points.
That one had just barely been in the fray. Looks like a miss.
Yes, and then I'll quick toss one at him as well.
Nice.
For 14 piercing.
Okay. Now he's definitely dead. Quite a dart throw
And I'm
there.
done.
Watcha. You'll go back a couple feet. We'll have this one last guy. Okay, so I think now that we've kind of nailed it to this point, everyone's got a chance to kind of pitch in, and we've pretty much got to the end. We'll save ourselves a couple minutes here and go ahead and move on. So what's one boggle gonna do? Not much. And you've already, I guess if you want to join the others, you guys could both give me a deck save real quick to climb the pole.
Okay. Nice.
Simon makes it no problem. Magnus, you'll fall. Take a d6. Oh, a full 6 bludgeoning there to Magnus for falling, and then you can try again. And you make it. Seems like second time's the charm on this one. Alrighty, so I know that was more than I anticipated, I'll be honest. But although I do think it's shit, I wanted to see what would happen too. But I think that is hilarious. How that was like I want to see what happens. And oh god, I wish I wouldn't have seen what happened. That sucked. But I think I might have covered up Tijuana there. But or somebody. But hold on, I'm gonna move y'all over. Boop. To the next circle. Damn, you roll 20.
And where are we in the Bender photo?
We're gonna go up into the upper part of the torso. Actually, this part does not have a map, so we'll just kind of pick it up on a social real exploration. So we're almost to the top of Bender here, but you guys jump in. And you come into this room, circular as well, as I had said. I already gave you like a pretty good description, but there's a big old massive golden statue, kind of kneeling, bearded giant, eyes closed, mouth in anguish. Clutched to his chest is the massive golden tomb. On either side of him are vats filled with greenish water. There are kind of some doorways to the east and west, as well as kind of a cage with some stairs in the middle with periodic flashing light kind of coming from above. I think David, you can take the lead on kind of what would you think would be the most interesting to check out first.
If it takes more than a minute or a minute to look at one thing, I'll go for the statue.
I figured your friends are probably going to want to put their armor on, which I know one takes like a minute, one takes like 5 minutes. So, yeah, of course, y'all, if you're in a rush, you may just go on ahead. But I'd assume y'all kind of like take a second here to kind of look around while your other guys put their armor back on.
Well, 3 minutes total if we help each other, so... Magnus, quick, we must strip ourselves in reverse.
I will just help you. I'm not putting this stuff back on.
Alright then.
Okay, so then while they're at that, you want to take a look at the statue, you said?
I didn't. Is it far from everyone doing this?
Yeah, so this is like a 40-foot radius chamber, so it's not quite as big as the circle that you just left, but it is pretty close.
Will the party be away from me the whole time while I'm looking at something?
Not very far, like to within 20 feet or something, but...
Then
I mean,
I'm going to
they can
look
come
at
with you too. People can come with you, but those two guys are not going to be able to as they're putting the armor on.
They can't put
So-
the armor back on at the same time?
I don't
Real
think so,
quick,
no.
who needs healing?
Simon has an ouchie.
Simon and Elaith have ouchies and Magnus has ouchies.
Okay.
I'm sure you could like walk in dawn, but you're not. That would be like at the slowest point possible, because that's like trying to put your pants on while you're walking. That'd be kind of awkward.
All right, so I'm gonna twin a cure wounds on Simon and Elaith before we all get moving around the room.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
I will just stay within the vicinity of them and examine the closest object that I find.
You both get back 11.
Nice, very nice.
So, yeah, you'd have to walk a distance away. I'll just tell you, there's not really any danger in here. I know we're kind of getting a little further in our time for our session, so I'm not gonna like sit here and dangle like, oh, you gotta. So you can freely explore here in this chamber at least. Like you're not gonna, you don't have to be too afraid. So that being said, if you wanted to check out the statue, I think that'd be a great idea. If anybody wants to join, David, feel free. And you can even just wait till the others put their armor on and then all go. It's not really that important right now, just for the sake of time and stuff. But you can go check out the statue, and as you look at it, you can automatically see that it is extremely lifelike. And it just looks very, very lifelike, and it's carrying this big golden book. That's pretty much what you could gather from face value.
Okay. No. Okay, so we're just trying to remember what we're actually supposed to be doing here. We did find Nero already, but not Mural. We weren't even given a description of Mural, and we didn't even know that Nero was the cute, scaly boy. Is there any indication, anything at all, of passage of any creature that isn't us?
If you want to make another investigation check, you can.
I see myself
Yeah, you
reflected in the...
don't really notice any tracks or anything like that.
Then there's nothing of significance in this room. I will wait for the party to finish wearing their stuff, and then we will go. Unless somebody else wants to do something.
Yep. So just to reiterate, you got the metal cage in the middle with the spiral staircase heading up. You have the statue there in front of you, kind of in the north of the room. Massive gold statue, very very lifelike. He seems to be a kneeling, bearded giant, eyes closed, mouth in anguish. He's holding a massive golden tome to his chest. Either side of him are vats filled with this like greenish, kind of brackish water. The doors on either side kind of have some gears next to him. So yeah, there's a few things. Whatever you guys want to check out. Gonna have to at least look at the stairs. Elaith wants to look at the book. You can see that it's like encrusted to his body with this gold. Doesn't mean you can't look at it, but it means you're gonna have to like try to get it off of him somehow.
Can I mage hand it?
One more time.
Can I mage hand it?
It seems like more of a sharper, like you're gonna have to like chisel it out or something, really, more than force.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
A dagger or something is fine. Anything, you know.
All right, I have a couple of short swords. I'll try it. Actually, it looks just fine where it's at. I'll look up the stairs to the welding or whatever's going on up there.
Okay, so you're just gonna leave it be.
I'm not going to walk up the stairs. I'm going to look up the spiral staircase to see if I can see what's doing the sparks or whatever.
Excuse me. Okay. It looks like this is also another locked cage. Could be you know. Doesn't seem to be much more than that. You know, you'd either have to try to unlock it or break it open or whatever, but you could.
Okay. I'll start setting that and let someone else go.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they want to check out?
Look at the brackish water, see if there's anything inside them.
Go ahead and make me an investigation roll.
Yep. It's water.
You are not sure what. Yeah, you really can't tell what the water is, but you do notice that it has these little clamps and wires kind of attached to each vat. You really just had to kind of look at them to see that. Kind of take a closer look, you see that. And it seems as if the clamps kind of have this gold coating on them.
I'll point that out. Yeah, clamp's got gold coating on it. Shrug, because I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else here?
I didn't prepare detect magic today, unfortunately, so I can't burn my spell slot for that.
All right. So if you guys, you donned your armor, so would Simon or Magnus want to have anything to check out in addition to that?
David's got a pick lock, doesn't he? With the hammer.
Nice.
Yeah. He has a means to unlock things with brute force. If you would like him to do so, he will. He's just concerned that it'll make a lot of noise.
Alrighty.
Would you want him to?
Sure.
Wait, which the statue was attempted to be examined, but there's nothing there. Which thing? And Elaith had a chance to look at the book, but I believe they left it alone.
Yeah, it seemed like it would just need to be cut away, but he did not do that.
And Magnus attempted to look at what again? Sorry.
The brine, the two containers that have brine in it. There's looks like some kind of electrical contraption that I don't want to mess with.
All right. He'll trust that you saw nothing of significance there. So I believe. Wait, what else were we missing? The anguish, crying, the spiral staircase, the pillars.
There are doors too on either side of this chamber, on the east and west
Yeah.
end.
And doors on east and west. And we have no clue where either of them may lead. Yeah, because we didn't see any signs of passage.
I bet they lead to the arms.
Yeah, very likely since we are inside of this thing. But there's no way to tell if there's anything on the other side other than by opening the doors, right?
Yeah, you'd have to check the doors out and open them up.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. East.
Okay, you go to what you can only assume is a connection to the left arm, and I know he's kind of twisting his body, but this would technically be his left arm, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't really matter that much, but there you go. You open up the door easy enough. You go in and you can see immediately, honestly, in the same way that his arm is crooked in the art there, so that actually holds up pretty true. The arm's currently crooked, the passage bends slightly downwards, turns in a 30-foot shaft, seems to descend straight down to a dead-end chamber filled with gears and pulleys. You can make an investigation check. Anybody can, really.
Attempts will be made.
Oh yeah, you guys can easily both deduce that these are gears and pulleys that would operate the hand of this giant statue. Other
It's
than
like
that,
a giant.
there's nothing else in here really, though. Just kind of a little exploration.
Okay.
To the other arm.
Okay, you go to
Yeah.
the other arm, and you find that your entry into this one is not quite as easy, as there's a little wedge that's been pushed into the bottom of the metal door, blocking it.
Somebody did that then. So it's probably trapped on the other side. Okay, is it possible to remove the wedge? Carefully.
You are able to remove the wedge carefully, yes.
David will ask the party to step back a bit because we don't know what'll happen here. And he will attempt to open the door.
Okay, you open it up and you see a passage similar to the left arm that goes, but this one seems to be turned upwards as it gently slopes up and then turns into a metal shaft going straight up 60 feet. You are not alone in the room, though, as you see sitting in the middle of this passage is a hungry-looking little white kitten wearing a brushed iron necklace that reads Intellect. There's a little black metal key sitting at its feet, and it looks desperately up at you.
I'll burn a spell slot because I have no ritual. I can't ritual this. Intellect?
Yes?
Fear not, we have come to rescue you. But please avoid any metal cages, wipes off soot from body, and says we're looking for Muro.
Well,
We found Muro so far.
Mural, no! When the Oilers pushed him in the vat, I took the key and ran.
Where is this vat?
It kind of slowly pads out, leaving you to pick up the key, goes to the entrance of the chamber, and turns two big, round, sad eyes towards the statue.
That's the vat. David's still trying to grasp whatever is going on, so he will update the party that that we found Intellect. Intellect gave this key, which should be the key to something. It has something to do with the vat, which has something to do with Mural. Is that Mural?
Yes, that's Mural, and I took the key to keep the rest of the Oilers from coming down. The rest of them are up there in the control room," and kind of nods her little white fuzzy head towards the locked cage there in the middle of the room.
So the statue is mural, right? Did I get that?
That is correct.
That's why the face is in anguish. I see. The statue is gold, right? He's been goldified?
I don't know how he got back out of the vat. It must have been those terrible Oilers. They pushed him in. He's always doing these experiments and things and research into stuff that I don't even understand, but he disappeared in there and he didn't come back out. But that's definitely him.
Translating for the party in case they have questions for intellect.
Well, if you're not gonna get out of here, I think we gotta at least get revenge, and we should take care of the Oilers. You'll help, won't you?
Of course.
He's more than happy. He's more than happy to help.
And so, of course, if you have any other information or questions or anything like that, you do have a key to the cage now. And do you want to take a second look at the statue now that you know what it is, or you're good?
Yeah, let's take another look at the statue, see if we can, if the gold is just an outside layer, if it's like a spell like flesh to stone, but instead flesh to gold, which I would love this one.
Yeah.
So based off of what Elaith could tell that you could scrape or at least cut into kind of the plating to at least get that book, that was kind of like what had been discovered there. So it does seem like your train of thought is correct, that you could scrape it off like an outside layer. Might actually be worth something.
How long would it take to scrape the layer off?
Not very long at all.
So not an hour while somebody scrapes it while we take a short rest?
I mean, honestly, sure. It could do that. Time's not... there's not anything really pushing you time-wise at this point, necessarily. So you feel if that's what you wanted to do, you could.
Everybody want to take a short rest? While we...
yeah, I'm fine with it.
While we get some gold and maybe a book.
Okay, so we are coming to like the last couple bits of the session. Looks like... I think we are scheduled to 2, so I think we'll probably use like every bit of that in the next hour at least. So real quick though, I gotta hit the restroom real life, so I'm gonna do that in just a sec if anybody else needs to as well. But before we do that, you can pry the gold coating off of Mural, and you can see that this will be the most morbid way you've ever earned 5,000 gold. But yeah, you could sell all those gold shavings off of his body for some real coin later on. In addition to that, the tome that he had appeared to be his diary of sorts, and he had a note in there. I just pulled it up for you. It says, "I fear that something dreadful has befallen Rogerna. She set out by herself to appeal to the court, leaving Zurst and Marnabara to guard the pavilion. She left each of us one of the kittens, but it's been an age. No one has come through the gate, and R has not returned." That's Rogerna, I'm assuming. "I long to visit my Maria and my other sisters, but the gate remains closed. Eloise still slumbers from the chronography adjustment. Without guests, there is not much to do but clean the machines. I have begun to work on gold plating some of the giant. Yesterday I thought I heard the Oilers speaking in hushed tones. A mechanic suspects that the Oilers have listened to the whispers of the gloaming court. Fortunately, they would be no match for me and Nero. Ha ha ha." Well, it seems as if that wasn't 100% true, but...
Wait a minute. So is it similar to a flesh to stone kind of situation?
No, it actually is more like science. You would have deduced a moment if you would have, if whoever had rolled that, if it was a little higher, that that was, we're looking at the vats. It was an acidic solution, and yeah, I'm not a big scientist or anything, but he had electrolyte vats. He was basically, as he worked, the Oilers would have sprayed him with magical copper sunscreen, and as he chased them, they created a slippery oil slick, tripped him into the vat, where through the power of science, he was electroplated with gold. So I guess it's just one of those little science experiment type things. But this one turned out to be a little more deadly.
So greater restoration will not work.
He's dead, and he's been dead for a short while, or maybe longer while. So he's fortunately.
No, sadly, I don't have raised dead, so I can help with that.
But okay, there's you guys don't have to climb up an oily pole or anything to get to the next chamber. Guess we can take just a couple minutes. If anybody needs to get a drink or hit the restroom or anything, we'll be right back.
All right.
Alrighty. Everybody back?
For as long as Comcast will let me, yes.
Let us not tarry too long, then. Alright, if anybody comes trailing back in, no worries. Although we'll probably have to wait it up for them in just a moment, if so. So you guys can take the spiral stairs there. Intellect will follow at a safe distance, of course. And I don't know if you'll have any rations left over after earlier. Actually, no, I don't think so, huh? But so Intellect is a little standoffish with you guys as she's very hungry. She was more than eager to be helpful to survive and get out of here, but she's not like Periwinkle was earlier, purring and nuzzling you and things. But it's really just because she's hungry. But don't take it to heart. But eventually, you guys take a quick, well-deserved break, feeling safe enough here under the ever watchful gaze, the stony, everlasting gaze of Muriel. But eventually it comes time to come up the spiral stairs, and as you do, you come into a hexagonal room about 80 foot by 50 foot. and you see at the north of the room are two massive crystal eyes that look out over the countryside. You are now in this beautiful head of Bender. Boom. So you can see the north of this chamber, there are his eyes, and you can see right out of him in the cloudy cloudscape all around you. You can see why the tourists would come here to pay a little and take their tickets up to get a good look at the land, especially if it even walks around. How cool is that? But as you come in here, this is where I was going to say from a module writing perspective, it's like, you remember that encounter earlier where y'all faced like 10 boggles? And that was pretty cool, right? You know, wasn't that fun? What do you think you would want to do again? What would be so fun to do next? What's that I hear? More boggles? You want to take on more boggles? Oh, I can definitely do that, guys. I can for sure do that.
Let's fucking go!
Oh, yeah. You enter this chamber, and you see a bunch more boggles. I think we have an extra Simon maybe right there.
Oh, shit.
And you guys can,
Gun.
you know, whoever's in first, I would assume David probably, and whoever else. But y'all can make a little tight formation there as, you know, as you want to enter the room and such. But you look into the room and you see 12 boggles, with a couple of them standing over next to this large control panel. Seems as if they've been pushing buttons over there, and a good amount of them have already been pushed. So there's some buttons and some levers. Seems like a total of 8 of each, but a good amount of them have already been pushed. So you know that some of it's already done. But you're not sure what it does until you look over and see one of the boggles pressing a button, doot, and as it does, the whole giant statue you're in just lurches to the side. Boom! Obviously, they're controlling its movement in some way with this panel, but they don't know what they're doing, and they're trying to destroy this thing, basically. So it lurches over to the side. You all have to kind of hold your ground not to fall over. As you can see that these boggles are clearly intent on sabotaging the giant in the form of making it tip over. And you just get the sense that falling from the height that you're at now, even inside this thing, is going to hurt like hell if that happens. So that being said, let's roll some initiative. And the last time my initiative was actually pretty good, but this time it is dog doo-doo. No offense, Simon, but we rolled the same.
Dex bonus, what's yours?
It's fine. We can leave it as it is.
Alright then.
It's irrelevant.
I mean, it's close. It's close. I'd see it for a tiebreaker, but it's not a.
When players and the DM tie, the DM breaks the tie. Doesn't matter what Dex bonus is.
I choose to lose. That's cool.
Nice.
Got everybody. Okay.
The group I game with here, I always win the ties. Just saying.
90% of the time, it works every time. All right, Magnus. Flashbacks, painful flashbacks of these hideous Oilers. How would you like to act?
I will move into the room. 15. Throw a dart at this one. (20-40) hit for 19.
He just clutches his midsection, nearly drops to his feet as he's on death's door after one blow.
Then I will throw a regular dart. I'm not sharpshooter for 6.
And he goes down. 1 down, 9 to go.
Quick toss. Dart on this one.
Cha-cha-cha. 1. 22.
For 20 damage.
And that's 2 down. Not a bad start.
Then I will action surge.
Okay.
Throw a dart at this one.
All right.
And throw a regular dart at him if he doesn't drop.
So let's see. We had that was the 21
far-
for 18?
Yep.
Okay, so he is pretty much on death's door, same as the other one.
And then I'll just throw a regular one for 7.
And he's
Yeah.
Now
done.
I'm done.
What's up?
Do you have the throwing weapon fighting style?
No, I have
Then throwing them one by one would be problematic.
why they're not ammunition.
Yeah, they are thrown weapons, so you would need to keep using the interaction for each and every one of them.
I have a quiver of Alona.
Okay.
Thought of everything. All right. Hey, I'm always good at, our
No, it's-
our discourse, as long as it's not too much like that, as long as nobody's, it's okay with me. I'm always willing to learn a little more because I haven't played it.
No, if I was doing it wrong, I would want somebody to tell me I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah. So
And I am done.
as long as it's in good spirits, then I appreciate the help because I'm not an expert. And David, you're up. I think Magnus kind of laid the red carpet out for you.
I'm trying to remember the previous adventure. Was it Milo who was throwing those fireballs? Was it
Yes.
Milo? He will
Yeah.
distinctly remember that because there's a lot of them. So what he's going to do this time is cast Divine Favor. And then that'll be the bonus action. Then we'll start swinging against this one over here. And smacking. Always great with master unless I say otherwise. So smack for that. And the Divine Favor did not roll automatically. Here's the Divine Favor for that. And is it still conscious?
Come on now. No, that's amazing. So is it 25 total?
Yes.
Okay, he is barely. I was laughing at myself because I was thinking, no way. But yeah, he is barely death's door. That's one of the bigger of the bunch.
Don't worry about it. One more swing. No graveyard monster this time.
A 23 in one hit. I was like, damn. For another blow to knock him out. You're aiming for the fences.
It's not impressive. It's just an item. Honestly. Then we'll swing against this one. No need because I already used a bonus action, so I am going to remain in this position.
Okay.
That will be it.
All right, Elaith.
I'll take an attack of opportunity from this guy.
Damn, I've rolled 3 crits with these guys, although the last one I didn't get to use. But this one I do, so I'll take that.
Sure.
Looks like 7. Yeah, take that. 7.
I'm going to shoot this one back here.
Okay. Alright, 15 nearly kills him, but he's still alive.
I'm going to decide that shooting him is my favorite thing to do.
Oh yeah.
Another 3 on that.
Oh, he had exactly 3 left, so he is dead.
For favorite foe. Alright, I'll stop concentrating on favorite foe for that one. Then I will shoot the guy that hit me.
Yeah, after this, you definitely are going to have a love for killing boggles. So you turn to the next victim.
Yeah, next to David there.
Alright, muscles tense as you keep that longbow steady, release it for a devastating 16, which bloodies this foe instantly.
Alright. Tijuana will come in and bite him.
Tijuana with a little yip yip comes in to finish up, and then looks at you saying, "Don't ever yip yip at me."
Where'd you go? Bite.
Probably doesn't taste great, but definitely lands.
The D6 plus 3. Sure. I don't mind it.
All right, it is just a few hit points left on that one.
Right, done.
Half its torso goes away in Tijuana's mouth, probably instantly spit on the floor. Nasty. Milo.
There.
All right.
Then do fireball to get these four right over here.
All right. Just roll it on here. Let me get the mod.
The lever or the kind of place it where I don't get the control stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you can keep moving it over. Right now, it's definitely would still hit it. I'm trying to see if you could maybe...
Work right there.
Okay, yep. Alrighty, so what's your DC real quick? My bad. For some reason your DC's like slightly cut off on your box. Do you mind telling me?
18.
18. Okay, I think you're cutting out. So let's see. We got a fail, a save, and a fail. So only we'll say this dude in the bottom right saved. All right. Okay, so all four of them just disappear in a cloud of flame that just stands there for a second or two, just rippling, and then eventually dissipates. And you still see all four of the figures standing there, although definitely heavily scorched. And yeah, just they're resistant to fire damage. I'm pretty sure that's pretty clear at this point. But yep.
That's me.
All right, Simon, got a few ripe for the picking now.
Alrighty. I'm going to come up right here. And I'm going to cast a spell, because if I don't do it now, I probably will not be able to cast any spells this entire session. So it will be Thunder Wave, and these two will be hit. So that will be a DC 14 Constitution saving throw.
Okay, so one failed for sure, and I think the other ones will pass with a 15. So lefty, he passed, and then right boy failed.
Okay, so the one who fails takes 8 damage and gets pushed back to this square? Or just dies?
Yep.
And the other just takes 4 damage and that's it.
Okay, so he's still up, but one down.
Alright, move over here. Action surge, and let's shoot some bolts. So at this guy who survived, normal shot from the hand crossbow. A 27 to hit with 9 damage.
And he goes down.
And this guy, let's make a trick shot. We are feeling lucky. Which will immediately regret. So a bonus action for another normal shot.
Connects.
6.
Okay, so he's still alive. Got a little bolt wound. Definitely opened up in him. And that'll be it.
That was 10 feet of movement speed, so I'm just gonna retreat back. And that's my turn.
All right, so the whole to me the whole challenge here is, one, how high do I roll my initiative, because that would make a huge difference. And I pre-rolled, but I stick with what I roll and stuff, and I just happen to roll shitty. But it makes sense for this encounter in a way too, because it gives you guys a chance to eliminate enough of them to prevent them from doing what they're trying to do, which you just barely did. So honestly, this would be like a movie or something, because otherwise they would have all went and done what they're about to do, which I'll shed some more light after for fun. But yeah, they'll all still run over and make an attempt to press these buttons, realizing that that's pretty much their only hope. And they all three, you either push a lever or punch a button. Doesn't seem to quite do anything completely, although each time they press it, it just like lurches one side or the other. Boom, boom, boom. But after the third one, everything kind of finally goes back to being still. And that's their actions to do so. And Magnus.
How bad are they all looking?
The one in the top is doing okay, about bloodied, and then the other two look to be like severely injured, just like they're losing control, they goop in, leaving slime trails everywhere.
All right, I'll move forward and quick toss dart into the top one. Uh, 24 to hit for 24 damage.
Alright, so if I can pull off anything in this encounter, I need y'all to miss.
And then my regular shots into that one
It's
first.
all coming down to this. Oh, here we go. We got a miss.
And I missed twice.
Oh, and
I'm
another
done.
one. Okay, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
The stats are heavily against me right now, but maybe, just maybe. David?
Attempts will be made to go here, and the smacking will be done, but no GWM yet.
Okay, taking some regular shots.
Smiting.
Alright. Guess it doesn't really matter which one, but we'll just say the bottom one is totally blown to smithereens. Oh yeah.
I still have to roll smite anyway and declare upon declaration. So smite.
Sure.
And then the second one will go after this one. That's a first level burnt, and then the second smack will be made. And I kicks it, I swear. Let's throw in another smite because they're the ones who killed Mural, I believe, right? So I'm not confident in the damage rolls, but I believe let's do second level this time. I shouldn't have said that. Okay. That is 24. And I will... Well, we're supposed to switch this off, right?
I think you really just didn't want them to switch it on, I guess. But basically, yeah, especially after last time, I was like, wonder what these little guys are going to do to us, ha ha ha. And then through their little machinations, it ended up being a pain. You guys were not having it this time. And yeah, those guys are already pretty injured, and you just blew them to pieces, just splattering everywhere. Now that they're all dead, the danger has passed. I'll just tell you, if they would have succeeded, which they were one button press away. So if they would have gotten one more button press, if one more would have survived that first round or anything like that, they would have pressed the button. Which now you guys are all healed and stuff, so it wouldn't have been as devastating. But the module's not over yet, for one, and then for two, it would have done like 25d6. So it was just like one of those crazy things that.
In a different universe, how much damage would that be?
Hey, let's find out. Holy hell. So yeah, it's best that we didn't find out. And yeah, they made these guys pretty easy to kill for a reason, but it's like a time game. So good job.
An initiative game.
And that too. That's where I was like, if I would have rolled high initiative with them, then it would be over instantly. And then you'd still be able to fight the good fight, but everyone would have taken... Actually, I think they would just run after that or something. But that would outright kill some. But it didn't happen, which is good. you would have had a chance to escape too, and those eyes look nice and fun to break through, all movie style. But in this case, the giant statue has been saved, perhaps one day to be used again. But for now, you're successful in stopping these Oilers. Get a little more information on what's going on with Rogarna. Seems as if true. You already know she's been missing, but perhaps there's a little more going on. Maybe some problems with the gloaming court. A few loose ends still yet to be wrapped up there, naturally. But one more kitten saved. One more still missing. There's really not much more here. You guys can kind of take a look at things and stuff as you would, and if you want to heal up or anything like that, you can, any spells or potions or anything. But pretty much all you'd have left to do now at this point would be to try to return to the entry gate where the fountain is, to report back to the camp.
Is there a way to get out of Bender's head? Can we just jump out in Featherfall?
Yeah, you definitely can. Might as well get a use out of those charms, huh? You all break the windows and jump out, slowly gliding.
It'd be great if we could retrieve the remains of our buddy, of Nero's buddy Muriel,
Yeah. So that's I actually meant to bring you to this map.
We did. The gold pieces in our pockets.
Not the actual body.
Like the actual body, preferably,
So are you talking about taking, you want to take Muriel's remains?
I would love to.
Okay, sure. For sure, you can do that.
Okay.
And I thought you meant the other guy who definitely has something to say as you make your way back out of the giant and make your way back to that weird kind of gelatin-like Futurama tube. You can walk back through it, and of course, with eager eyes, pretty much smacked up against the ground, the mechanic has been waiting for you, and all right. As you kind of come by him in the path, you guys are carrying the remains of Muriel, and he kind of calls out, "Oh, that didn't take too long. I knew you'd be successful, but oh dear, please come, tell me what has came to pass."
So we're just heave ho, trying to move all the things. Are we able to do this without much of an issue? Is even if he's covered in gold?
So you guys had shaved him of the gold earlier, but yeah, I mean, with the help of everybody pitching in and stuff, and it's spacious inside the tunnels, more so than you'd think. I guess it's like 10-foot radius, so it's not like super cramped. But yeah, you make it through, and as you get to the other side, the mechanic is like, "Please come. What has happened?" And you'll have to like come off the path to get to where he is, if you choose to.
Could I have collected all my stuff while we're still in the place before leaving?
Yeah, I think
Nets.
all darts should be good. The nets should be good. Any like bolts and arrows, you'd get half of them back. So just everyone keeping track of your stuff, and any potions and you've used, things like that. But yeah, so do y'all want to keep going back to the gate, or do y'all want to take a minute to talk to the mechanic?
Yeah, let's share with the mechanic the fate of his friends.
Okay, he says, "Please, thank you for sparing me one more minute. I fear I'll never walk again, or else I would have came to you. But please, tell me what happened to Muriel."
Presents the remains respectfully and carefully.
Okay, and I'm sure you'll, pause long enough to tell him kind of what you know about what happened to him and stuff, and he says, "Oh dear, well, thank you. It appears you did your best, and at least little intellect there has been rescued. I'm sure whenever Rogerna comes back, or if she's found, or she'll be most grateful for your assistance. And I also would like to thank you. You've helped bring me some closure. And I'll have to admit that I think this might just be it for me. Well, I'd like you to have this. I feel it would better assist you. And please don't worry about me. I'll be fine. And he his eyes kind of like turn towards this panel on his back. I don't mind. Just open it up and take out my power cell. It will assist you greatly in your future endeavors.
Is he going to insist that?
He is insisting that one of you would do that. Please, I don't think I'll need it now. It's better in your hands.
As a farm boy, he's not really confident in handling technology. Is anyone in the party willing to do that?
Might as well. He's not wearing metal armor anymore, so.
He'll be within 10 feet of him nonetheless.
You kind of bust open his back panel there, and you see this power cell kind of in the form of like a small circle. And with his permission, you kind of grip it, and it takes a little bit of a pull, but you yank it out, and you feel some power in the item. It is actually a ring of free action, and so of course I naturally have a handout for that. But as you do that, he kind of turns up at you with one last look, and he says, "Your actions here will go on for all of our history. And just know, I'll always exist within you, if you care." And his eyes like slowly dim, and he powers down for the last time.
Johnny Five was alive.
All right.
Sorry, I'm old.
Don't worry about it. David will place them next to Muriel's at least. Is Intellect with us, or did Intellect just run off?
Intellect is with you.
Okay. I mean, they were friends, right? And what about Nero? Didn't Nero pass by here? Or were they waiting for us outside?
Yeah, he was just been napping there, and so you would have seen him on your way out. And I mean, he's
reunion, for the goodbye.
He'll come by and he'll see, and you'll see him kind of start to weep a little as both of his companions are gone. But in Draconic, he will mention that, kind of in simple terms, that it's he'll remain here and wait for Rogerna. And he honestly, if you've ever seen that episode of Futurama where they have the fossilized dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nero just kind of curls up there next to the now lifeless, dormant body of the mechanic, and just kind of sits there.
Did they at least get to say goodbye to each other,
I think I already played this scenario out, so this time I'll have to say
no,
just to make it more tragic. Ugh, it's this one's a tearjerker. But you guys see the ring of free action there. Who cares about the ring? But you got it. It's there if you want to take a look at that. That'll be in the session logs and stuff later, as well as everything else. You guys can return to the fountain, and there is some of you would already know that the fountain does have a healing property, so I don't know if anybody's really too damaged, but if you do want to drink, it only works once per day, basically, or once per session, we can say. It will heal you by 2d4 plus 2 if you want to take a little slurp of the fountain water before you take a trip.
I'm pretty full after the short rest.
Yeah.
All right, and then emotions heavy, and yet perhaps a little more invested in the fate of Rogerna and what will happen to her domain. You guys go back through the entry gate, and you find yourselves back at the Nightcast camp. And when you emerge from the wagon, you think, finally, it's over. Time to relax, kick our boots off, get back by the fire. But you're wrong, as the place is in chaos. It's everybody scrambling to hide within their wagons as you realize something is going down, and you guys just emerged from here in the nick of time. You see off in the distance the trees starting to quake, shiver, birds of the night start to take off as a figure emerges, a large, lumbering figure. You see a female storm giant crashing through the trees, accompanied by countless whirling tornado-like creatures. Maybe if I can get them on the right layer. You will see them at the southern end of the map as they come crashing through the trees. As you see this, and everybody starts to hide in the wagons and screaming, will we never have peace? You guys start to grab your weapons and ready for another engagement, while Intellect jumps from your group and tears off towards the advancing foes. The little white kitten fearlessly runs towards the air elementals, who all dissipate into puffs of fog. And as you try to look for Intellect afterwards, as the fog clears, you see that the little kitten has also seemed to just disappear. And I will remove. I just moved him closer so I can remove those guys easier. As the air elementals all get chased off by Intellect, we will roll some initiative.
Or this is only the female storm giant?
It is indeed.
All right. Let's get it.
All right, so you definitely have a few things that have kind of pieced this part of the story together. The words emblazoned onto this rock right next to you, just demanding the return of Mural. You've kind of seen his diary note and such, and you just see this huge creature lumbering through the trees, elegant, yet definitely powerful. And her stature demands attention as she comes crashing through and just shouts out, "Where is my brother?" And then, Elaith, you are the first act.
All right. Elaith will come down. Does not have bow in hand. We'll cast Thaumaturgy and say, hey, we found him. He got boggled. We did everything we could, but unfortunately he's passed. We saved what we could. We freed who we could, but your brother wasn't one of them. Sorry for your loss, but there's nothing we could do. That's all I'll do. Do you want to come up and stand in front of me?
Oh, my bad, dude. I was on mute. I'm sitting here waiting for you. You're waiting for me. If you can make a persuasion check. And since you've presented the information, it will reduce the DC.
Perfect. Let's let someone else do it next time.
Hey, yeah, I mean, you gotta try. As you shout those words out confidently, you just see like a vein start to throb even from the distance you are, and this large creature, as she, I don't know, I keep calling her a creature. She's more than that, but she's a queen. nah, maybe not literally, but she kind of looks back towards you guys and shouts, "Lies! There's no way someone the caliber of my brother would fall to mere oilers. You lie!" As that was not a good enough roll, as you know, of course. And Milo.
So I guess she's hostile, right?
Pistols up, up or down.
Starts that way, of course.
Well, Milo will step forward. My friend and companion speaks the truth. Do we have any of the gold? Do we have any of the scrapings?
We do, because we did remove it, right?
Oh yeah, you definitely have a lot of that.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of put my hand in the bag and see, this is what's left. Scraping from your brother's stats that he was.
All right, let's see that persuasion check. Oh my gosh. So you hold it up, and she starts to take steps towards you one by one. But as she does, you could see how her steps become less menacing and a little more like just defeated, as tears begin to stream down her large, ashy turquoise cheeks, until eventually she comes right in front of the group. Tijuana starts to bare fangs, ready for the worst, as instead she just drops to her knees. Boom! A heavy thud as they dig into the soil there. She cries out, "My brother, why? Why? Muriel, I've been waiting for your word, and now I'll never see you again. Who would do such a thing?"
We have that awkward moment where you don't know what to say or react. That's kind of Milo just kind of standing here going, okay. Well, sorry for your loss. Wasn't meaning to cause you any discomfort or anything like that. I'm just telling you the truth. I think you'd want to know that.
She just keeps weeping and says, No, nay. It is I who should be sorry. I was rash in my decision-making, but you understand that I only care for my kin, and was all too eager to see him back safely with me and my other sisters.
Well, I have a family too, so I can fully understand that.
I apologize for the actions I've taken on the camp. There's very little I can do, but I would at least like you to have this as a token of my apology. She kind of hands out a potion of hill giant strength to you there. And she kind of says, "I will.
Thank you.
I will retrieve his remains and see to his proper burial. Rogerna must be found. There has been rumors of a woman traveling in the company of large felines, and yet she seems ever hard to nail down. Hopefully more will come soon, but for now I'll have very much to take care of, and many family members to notify of this tragic loss. I thank you, and again, I'll see if I can do a little more for the Nightcast company." And Lyria kind of strides up out of her wagon. She seems a little bit riled up, but definitely more than grateful that this ended, peacefully enough. She says, there's been many losses since we found this wagon. I'm sorry yours joins ours. And yet, I think we're all a bit committed to figuring this out now. Whoever this Rogerna is, and whoever's trying to bring her down must be brought to justice. Well, at least for now, if nothing else, we'll head out for Cormier in the morning, and you lot are still welcome to come with us.
You know, honestly, if we spend another night here, something else is going to happen. Can we just leave now?
Sure,
Hey, I
sure.
travel light. Let's go.
And as the last one, that we are gonna just kind of tail off there, and it will pick up pretty much exactly where we're leaving off. So, 1 second though, because there's an item that I must have missed, but I'm wondering if they might have just forgot to actually include it in the adventure, because I had it all ready to go on Roll20 and stuff, but I'm not. Like, I was starting to think about it there towards the end. And I was like, oh, maybe she'll give it to y'all at the end. I was like, maybe I just missed that part. But no, I'm kind of glancing over. But it's in the module as a reward, so I think I'm thinking they just must have forgot to actually include that as treasure, because I don't know. I'm peeking back through it, and you got your scroll of catnap.
A potion of hill giant strength as well.
Yep.
And the potion of lightning resistance, yeah?
Yep, and you got the gold's worth. But yeah, strangely enough, there actually is just not.
Alright, then there's none. No.
No, but there is. So I still would want you guys to have it and everything, because it's in the reward sheet. I just don't see where it's actually given during the adventure. So who knows? These things come with a lot of errors, so I'm assuming it's that. Or maybe I just cannot see it for some reason. But in any case, she comes back and says, for your valiant efforts here, I think this would probably be a little bit better in your hands. Just an old relic I've had, and I can't say I get too much use out of it. And she kind of hands off a veteran's cane, so it's just nothing crazy, but
Veteran's cane. Okay.
yeah, let me pop that up for y'all.
Yeah, the one time use sword.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's not like life or death, but they must have just forgot to throw it in there or something.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was just looking again, but that's weird. Alrighty, so let's wrap it up. I appreciate you guys, and we didn't finish on like too terribly late or anything, so everything's wrapped up nicely. We got the scroll, we got the 2 potions. I'll include that in the session log. And we have the ring of free action, and now the veteran's cane as well.
Thank you. The gold is how much again?
And for the gold, we are going to have 5,000 divided by 5, so that's pretty easy. 1,000 each.
Nice. It's a lot.
Yeah, not too bad for this one. That's a lot of gold plating you scraped off that giant body. It's so morbid.
It's so bad, yeah.
It is very bad.
You're like, I don't know if I want this gold. It's tainted.
I was muted this entire time I was speaking and no one was responding. I was sad. So, thank you guys for the game. It was a blast, as always.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, I need to go, so see ya.
Okay, hey, thanks for joining again. I don't know if you're available, but the finishing part of the trilogy is next week. It might be full, but you never know if someone might drop or something. But if you're free, it's the same time next week. You should sign up.
Next week, I think I'll be busy, unfortunately, so... But again, thank you for the game. See ya.
Okay, no worries. I'll see you soon.
I might not be able to make it as well unless you'll allow me to be very late. But I don't wanna have to do that because yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think anyone else has signed up for it, so yeah, we'll play it by ear over the next week. It's cool with me.
Just scroll real quick.
One more time.
What was the scroll?
Oh, the best spell ever, catnap.
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 It is a pretty good spell, actually.
Yes, it is.
These modules are hilarious too because they give you what you need afterwards. Because this one had a lot of like difficult terrain in it, and if you would have had that ring of free action before the module, that would have been amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they tend to do that.
Actually, I don't think it would have helped. Unless the restraint is magical.
Is the oil magical?
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, the ring of creation doesn't help if it's not magical restraint.
I think it does. It makes it where you don't suffer from any difficult terrain, though. I believe.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't cost you extra movement.
That
That's
would
it.
that would have helped with like the spinning room earlier, at least, and
Or
the oily walls when you're climbing and stuff.
good old freedom of movement.
Yeah, I've noticed a trend in these modules too. That like last time, what was it? It was the boots of speed. So that was kind of like a mobility-based item, and then this one's like the ring of free action, which is kind of like a mobility-based item. And I know there's only so many items they can choose to reward and everything, but if you play the same character on all of these, you'll be like the most mobile adventurer ever.
And then become a monk and take mobile as well.
Yep.
Boots of speed, monk mobile.
We do love them. We do love the monks.
Yes,
Well, I do.
I do too.
I have a guy that's kind of built around that concept. I gave him mobile feet and yeah, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
I think I even have a boots of striding and springing, which I don't really use with him, but I was just like, yeah, this dude, there's no limit to what you could just jump and then like jump off a cliff and hardly take any fall damage, and yeah, it'd be all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah. Nice. So just log of these.
All right, yep, gonna get that session log typed up now. Got everything. Got 2
And we have-
kittens rescued.
And then 5 hours of streaming.
Yep, yeah, we just almost hit it on the head, but yeah, rounding up especially, definitely 5 service hours each. And yeah, I guess just a peek. So nothing like too personal about it. I'm not all like super upset or anything, but my job ended up like, it's just that we pack food, and like it's like a subscription service for like organic produce and organic foods and gluten-free stuff and da-da-da. Anyways, they're shutting down a bunch of the facilities though, and they happen to be shutting down the one that I work at. So I have a few more weeks left, but I'm getting laid off and stuff, which sucks obviously for various reasons. But in other ways, it's good, I guess. I mean, I get to figure out my schedule and stuff like that. That being said, next week, same plan as usual. I'm a Thursday morning, 9 o'clock. Should be good. I do appreciate y'all that hang on from last week. As soon as they told us that we weren't gonna have a job anymore, basically a lot of people just didn't show up to work, and so they hired on a bunch of temps. So it got, yeah, because there for a while we weren't getting any work done. So they were basically like, "You're gonna have to work Thursday. You may even have to work Friday." And all this. I'm like, "What the hell?" When usually I have those days off. But anyways, long-winded thing. Basically next week we're good. No worries. After that, I think I'm gonna switch to Mondays for a little while. It'll probably be Mondays around like 10 a.m. I think I'm going to run like a tier 1 after this trilogy, and then I'm going to take like a week off and then come back with those season 8 modules at tier 2, and then start jumping into some tier 3 stuff. But yeah, just the transparency, that's kind of what my plan is.
Cool. I've already informed you that I got to be in Cleveland next week. I don't want to be, but I have to be, so I won't be able to make it.
I'm bummed, but I think Jason is at least going to try to make it. Hopefully he can, and then if he can, that would be one person from the first one that'd come back. So hopefully it'll work out. If not, whatever. But I do appreciate you letting me know and stuff. And you will be missed. You will be missed.
I'm going to try to get a couple things done while Comcast allows me to have internet. So thanks, Sally.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you pushing through. I know that can be frustrating, but we made it happen.
Yeah.
And you were definitely a clutch member of the party there still.
Yeah.
Thank you as well. I will now take my leave. It is morning where I am now. I will go rest.
Okay, thank you. It's good playing with you.
Thank you. Yes, good playing with everyone as well. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Take care.
See you.
All right, I'm gonna hop off too. I'll see y'all later.
All right, bye everyone.